Here we are, folks. We're just getting ready. Got 3 of my players ready to go, as you can see over there on the left. We're going to get this show on the road. Start episode 10. Hope you enjoy, James, if you're sitting in for a bit watching us. See how the players fare in this session. Meantime, let's go over there and bring them into the conversation. Should have my nephew joining us in a bit, at some point during the session. We shall see. But right now I've got Rachel, Kyle, and Craig. I'm going to bring them over now. Okay, test. You guys hear me okay?
Yeah.
Oh, yeah.
Yep.
Excellent. Let me go over here and make sure everybody can be heard. Go ahead and say hello again.
Hello.
Excellent. All right. Now let's get that music rolling here on Foundry. Hopefully the volumes are okay for viewers. It might be hard to hear. Might not be. Depends on the song, really. Gonna have to refresh. I don't see my music. But anyway, here we go with episode 10. 3 players tonight. As I mentioned, my nephew will probably be joining in later on in the session, hopefully. And we'll have a full allotment of 4 players. Got to refresh the screen here. While we wait, Dane, go ahead and introduce yourself and your character. What are you all about? What's going on?
Hello, my friends. I'm Kyle, and I'm back once again playing Dane. Fritz has done his best to knock me down, but unfortunately it hasn't happened yet. The reactive shield feat staved my bacon. Playing Dane, a human fighter from Last Wall. Refugee of sorts, searching for closure.
Accurate. And Elias, Rachel, how about you?
Hey. So Elias, it's always so hard to follow up on Dane because you're so cool. Uh, I'm just a human champion, following the heart of goodness and light, just kind of making his way, doing the promises from his past, and he stopped at Otari. Unfortunately, maybe it's making his list a little bit longer by stopping, but it's all for a good cause if it's to help the people. Hopefully today we're going to find some answers or dig deeper into the lore of Belcora.
Maybe.
If we get there.
If the GM prepped properly. All right, Craig, how you doing, my friend? Who are you playing?
Dane was hard to follow up. Hi, my name is Craig. I play Zion, who is a cleric, who doesn't worship any of the gods. In fact, I think she has some rather negative feelings towards them. We'll maybe explore that a bit later. Yeah, I don't know. Elias already said it all.
Okay. I'm waiting for this to load on my end. And of course, my nephew's playing Valafor. If he pops in tonight, I'll introduce him now. But he's a fighter, human fighter, and I think he got introduced in the last episode. Yeah, he made that heroic entry with his great sword, slaughtering some giant, oversized frog, or helping to slay him. That the companions found themselves being attacked by as they tried to navigate a bridge that had fallen through in a previous episode. And today we're going to pick up with our companions as they've gathered in the early morning of... Let's check our time. The early morning of the 5th of Farhast, Star Day. 47:21. It's almost 10 a.m. We're about 4 hours after sunrise. The companions actually slept in the Gauntlet the previous evening and made their way back to Otari at dawn the next day. Did a lot of healing. They should all be back up to par now. Prepared their spells, had a decent sleep, so yeah, they did get that. And they're currently gathered around their favorite table early morning at the Rowdy Rockfish Inn with a gloomy-looking Berelda staring them down. Not you again. Never a moment's peace, she says. And she quickly serves you a nice breakfast. You're all kind of full. You did have a decent breakfast of bacon and breads in the tower, which mysteriously appeared. I don't think Rachel was there for that, but as the companions awoke from sleeping in the very top of the Gauntlet, there was the smell of burning, cooking, sizzling bacon and meats and fine breads that had all been prepared right next to Elias. There was a little fire going there in the upper portion of the Gauntlet. And nobody knows how it got there. But Elias, he also found this oversized mug to Caden that was overflowing with brew, ale, the morning ale that you're so accustomed to. And he quickly jumped into that without question and praised Caden, the elven god.
Turned down a free meal.
That's right. Farley Tell was curious about that because he was the one that noticed. He was on watch. He was on last watch, and something was going on with him. We'll find out what that was maybe later. But he was the first to notice this food and woke everybody up. Everybody had a good breakfast. Yeah. So there was that. Freshened yourself up and made your way back to Otari. And here you are once again with more food presented to you if you want it. So early morning at the Rowdy Rockfish. Very few patrons at the moment. Most people are busy about their day, working and so on and so forth. What would you guys like to do? You're gathered together. We got Zion. Farley Tell has meandered off. It said something about going back to visit Morlablint, which is the owner of Morlablint's Oddities, or Odd Stories is the name of the place. And he used to work there, and he disappeared off in that direction. Ramirez, of course, is never around. He's disappeared in the shadows once again, to be expected. And Valafor has taken up a seat, kind of separate from you guys. He's listening in, though. But at the moment, you three have gathered yourself together. Dane, Elias, and Zion. What's going on? Silence, I guess.
Just, I peck at the food in front of me.
You do.
Yes, I don't want to seem ungrateful. It's already paid for, so might as well get the food in while it's there. And I look at my companions and ask them, what do you guys plan to do today? I think I'm going to head up to visit our friend the mayor.
Well, I am so good. Oh my god, they're so good. I have some work for the butcher I have to take care of. But when I'm done with that and making my potions, I can come accompany you if you'd like.
Sure, I'll get a head start and I'll meet you there.
I'll be heading to the Dawnflower.
Ah, the Dawnflower. I was there just a day ago? Day or two?
Two reasons for my visit, one personal, one professional. Dane has sort of a faraway gaze, like he's not all there.
I kind of try to snap you out of your daze, put my hand on your shoulder. You okay there, Dane? Did you need somebody to go with you, or are you going to be okay by yourself? Is this a solo, self-traveling
You could
quest of
attend if
yours?
you liked.
Very tempting. I wouldn't mind visiting them again. They were very helpful.
Indeed, I'm hoping they can give me some sort of clue as to what the magic on the top of the gauntlet is.
I think we're all hoping for some sort of answer with that.
And then hopefully a cure for my nightmares.
Nightmares, you say? Elias is going to ask about the nightmares because he doesn't really know.
Oh yes.
I don't think you mentioned anything.
Last few nights, sleep has not come quickly or easily.
Yes, then the Dawnflower should be a great place for you. Are you a believer in Desna?
Not particularly.
Ah, that's the goddess of dreams. Maybe she has something to do with this. I'll accompany you. The mayor can wait.
Are you sure? Perhaps you're
I
bit with the
wouldn't want to
mayor
leave
seems
you.
to-
I wouldn't want to leave you alone, and we can come back to the mayor together.
Okay. Perhaps we both can have some answers then. What about you, Zion? What do you plan to be doing on this little raid, and where should we meet once we find our information? Should we meet back here?
She holds out her finger and just kind of does the I'm chewing gesture. She takes a second and swallows. I've said before, I've just got some business to attend to. Some people I would like to talk to get some more information and yada yada. But I guess if we're all gonna go to the mayor, when you guys are done with your thing, we'll just meet up in front of his house and just all go in together.
Sounds like a plan. One quick little question, Zion. I did have a question I've been sort of curious about.
Hmm.
If you would indulge me, that is. What's in those vials that you injected us with?
Excuse me. No. Next question.
No.
Elias is just going to straight up laugh at that. Guess we'll never know.
Don't
But
like
whatever it was, it did the trick.
I guess so. A little friend is a little fiery.
Just know that the Order of Malice will take care of you, not some stupid petty god.
I'm a soldier. I don't believe in malice. God of malice, that is.
No, God. No, it's an organization, an order. Yes, I've been sent here by them. I am trying to spread the word, get as many believers and joiners as I, can.
So you're a cult.
Cult? No, not at all. What makes you think that? There's a big difference between a cult and an organization.
Yes, I fought with an organization called the Last Knights of Lastwall. That's an organization.
Yes, the Order of Malice is order. It's not either of them, technically, if we want to really get bare bones about this. They're really welcoming.
I
Quite nice.
bet.
And I really do idolize their viewpoints. I agree with them.
Never could shake a non-believer. Well, regardless, it's nice to have you aboard. Your healing magics, however questionable or whatever questions I have about them, they seem to work. Arm hasn't fallen off yet. But if it does, we're going to be having a very different conversation.
Well, at that point, it'd be my fault, not the Order of Malice. The Order of Malice only seeks to protect and enlighten those who have fallen down the dark paths of worshipping gods.
Nothing wrong with faith.
Of course there is. But
Nothing
that is a
wrong with
discussion
faith
for
or
another
the
time.
absence of it.
She just takes a giant spoonful of whatever she's eating and just blocks you out.
Dane will chuckle. Alright, do we all meet at the mayor then? What about this Valafor fellow? Should we wait for him at the mayor as well? He seemed to hold his own there. Another soldier in the party could prove useful. He did seem to have some decent footwork.
And he overhears you, Dane, as you say that, and he looks over, because he's not far away, maybe about 8-9 feet away in a separate little table. It's okay, my friends. You guys do what you have to do. I'll be here. We'll go over to the mayor, if that's what you choose to do. I shall follow along.
Very well then. Dawnflower for me. Last, then we'll hit the mayor's office. Not hit it literally. Zion, you be careful out there. Your small little stature.
Hardy har.
Shall we send word to the mayor so he can expect us? I
No.
hate to show up unannounced.
That's how I prefer to show up.
You're all relatively new here. You don't know the customs and traditions at the moment. Yeah, so I won't go any further with that.
But yes, perhaps we can send word to the mayor's office to have him prepare his finery for our appearance.
Yes, and maybe Brelda is willing to help us send that word.
No problem. She's paying attention, cleaning off mugs. There's a nice row of them on the bar at the moment, where she's cleaning off mugs.
Eavesdropping, huh, Brelda?
Dane will look over to Brolda and wave. Top of the morning, missy.
Top of the morning to you. I'm not eavesdropping. No. You go about your
Of course
business.
not.
And she agrees that.
Since
Go ahead.
since you're already involved, would you mind sending word to the mayor that me and my companions plan to visit, so he can mark off a little bit of space in his schedule for us?
And she kind of pauses. And I'm pretty busy at the moment. I can't do it, but I'm sure somebody I could send over there to let them know. What business do you have with the mayor? She inquires.
Personal business.
Oh, Elias just straight up says, since I'm new, everyone's talking about this Belcora. I'd like to know a little bit more, and I've...
Belcora, don't say that name around here. You know the tales.
She who shall not be named.
Yes.
See, that's the thing. I don't know too much about the tales other than what I've heard from locals and down at the library. I hear that, the mayor might know a little bit more than other people. But I mean this in a good way. Like, not like, oh, he's hiding something, but like, it'd be nice to know a little bit more. I want to hear his side of it.
Well, it's good to know that we don't think he's hiding something, Elias. I mean, that's just, in this day and age, who would?
Yeah, right?
Two people that he doesn't know.
Well, he might know something. He does actually have the museum in the one part of his house that has a lot of stuff from the past, including the relatives of the Menemese family, one of the founders of Otari, she mentions. So
Maybe
who's
he'd be
to say?
willing to give us a personal tour of the museum.
Maybe, my dear, maybe. But she'll find somebody to go on the way and alert them if that's what you're after. She can't.
Yes,
do
well, that's all right. We understand. It's extremely busy this time of day. But you have plenty of preparations to do, so no no problem. We don't plan to get there until the later half of the day, anyways. We've got other things on our agenda.
Yes, you do. All right. In that case, Zion, are you going with them? You traveling together, or did you say you were doing something else?
Yeah, I have a few stops I have to make.
All right, so you're separate. Okay. You guys make your way down to the Dawnflower. It's still early. It's not far from the Rowdy Rockfish. If you look at your Otari map, which let me click to. 1 second here. Let me get to it. Let's go to Otari. The Otari map. And it's still early in the morning. And as you draw closer to the temple, you've been this way several times already. You made your way up to the cemetery and all that, and that's right behind, across the way actually, from the entrance to the Dawnflower Library. But as you draw closer, you hear a faint, distant hum coming from the direction of the Dawnflower Library. Not sure what that is.
Is it like a pleasant hum, like somebody humming, or like a vibration
Sounds
hum?
like voices. It's a pleasant, almost a singing type of thing. And as you begin to draw closer to the building, you notice on the side facing the ocean, the waterfront side, you see what looks like the tail end of a procession of white-robed priests. And they're going into the temple. There must be a back entrance or something on the lower floor. But as they do so, they have this little hum, like they're humming to themselves. It's beautiful, actually. And you just catch this as you get close to the temple itself, the library, until you eventually find yourself at the entrance, and once again you are greeted to a door that opens silently. You come into the room, and you're greeted. This is a little bit out of context, but it gives you an idea of some of the type of what the priests and priestesses look like in this place. That's one in particular right there. And that's who greets you. And asking what your business would be, they invite you into the library where you can do all kinds of research. If you'd like to speak to Tandy, not Tandy, but Vandy, she's the halfling head priestess of Saren Ray here. She oversees all the ins and goings on and outs of the place. You met her as well, Elias. If you'd like to speak with her, she is available, but not immediately, because they just had their morning ceremony to Saren Ray, which occurs every morning, they inform you, when the sun rises. There is a service that's done every morning on the far side of the building, facing the ocean, where the sun rises every morning, and the rays of the Saren Ray herself falls upon Otari. And that ceremony has just concluded. And this is the information you guys are picking up on as you enter the library. So you're in the library. What would you like to do? I will let you know that because you're in a library, okay, if you want to attempt any recall knowledge checks, you will get a bonus to it, because you have access to information that may help you. Depends on what your questions are. You'll get a bonus to your roll in the form of a reduced DC. Okay, so there is that. That goes for all research, if it's something that would be found here. Okay, that's for the books and the helpful librarians and stuff who are here. Now, if you'd like to research something, think about it. Think about what you'd like to research. Make some die rolls. Outside of that, you can also speak with some of the priestesses or Vandy herself. And yeah. And also, mechanic-wise, the Dawnflower Library does not support your efforts yet. Again, if you look at the map, Any icons that are green are locations or people that support your efforts in the gauntlet. To get their support, of course, would require some role-playing and diplomacy checks. You know, you want to get on their favorable side so that they offer you services that they normally offer at discounted prices or whatever, you know, that kind of thing. There's also other benefits that I could fill you in on. You can use your imagination. This is a library/temple, so what do you think you could benefit from that besides services like potions and stuff? But you think about that. And what would you guys like to do at this point?
Dane would like to speak to Vandy, so he'll sort of let them know that, and then he'll ask one of the librarians, "Where's your magics section or your books about magics?"
All right, Vandy isn't available yet, but unless you want to wait. But there is.
I can wait.
There is, okay. It takes about 20 to 30 minutes, and one of the priestesses finds her and brings her into the main library area where you guys are all currently gathered. And you see this little halfling woman who you've seen.
Good morning, Vandy.
Well, good morning to you. And what
It's nice seeing you again.
It is. What news do you bring? Or perhaps do you request something? Perhaps you have some knowledge you would like from me?
I don't think we've met, but I'm Dane. A pleasure.
And she turns to you and she reaches out to your hand. Well,
He will gently take it.
and welcome to you. Oh, you are a mighty warrior, I see.
Oh yes, fought beside Elias at the cemetery.
Ah, yes, yes. What a night that was. You did defeat them, right? You were responsible for that. Great victory over the undead. What a terrible thing that happened. They recently
Yes,
just
I
buried
was
some
there.
folks up there. Suddenly they're walking around. Terrible.
Bad luck, unfortunately, but yes, I was present, destroying the undead.
Including a dwarf.
Something I've done quite a lot over my military service.
Mm-hmm.
I'm a soldier from Last Wall. I don't know if your records would indicate what happened to Last Wall, but yeah, I was there.
Oh, we should not speak of that. The Whispering Tyrant. The fall of Last Wall. Oh, what a tragedy. Yeah, they know about it. Keep in mind, this is a fairly recent thing that happened as well, so there's not a lot of books on the subject of the fall of Last Wall, but word spread quite rapidly of the fall of Last Wall. To those who dwell on the mainland, it would be fairly common knowledge, even as far west as Varissia. News of that. What a tragedy. And, you say something, Elias?
Oh, no.
Craig, why are you not coming to the map here? Pull to scene. Yeah, so what specifically are you after, Dane?
Well, me and Elias, we were looking for something. We were managed to clear the top of the gauntlet. Miss Vandy had great wounds we suffered, but something up there is blocking what we would assume to be something dark, darkly magical, some sort of ward. I've hit it. Zion, she's a magic user, and she was casting magic upon it and had no effect. So I was wondering if there was perhaps in your vast library here something that we might be able to use to ascertain just what this magic is.
Valcora's magic?
Yes.
So kind of a general search then, because it's not very
Yeah.
specific what you're asking there.
No, like it's sort of broad.
Okay, so this will be difficult because books aren't very detailed about what happened. It's we're gonna roll some dice and we'll see what you come up with. Elias, what are you going to do? You're also in this library and you hear this conversation between the halfling and the warrior known as Dane. I think-
Well, I'd either assist him in this research, so I would aid.
Yes, of course you would.
But when Dane goes to talk more about his dreams, Elias will break off and try to convince the priests and priestesses to join in their efforts for our quest. So try to get them on board, basically.
Okay. All right. First of all, make a blind. Elias, make a blind recall knowledge arcana. Check. This is to aid. So whatever your arcana is, just go ahead and roll it. Or occult. Before you roll it, you can choose arcana or arcana, occult.
It'll be the same thing, so I'll just roll one of them.
All right,
I
but tell me
do
what it
want
is.
to-
Tell me what it is because that will reflect in the knowledge you gain.
Yeah. I'm just also looking for this one. No, not that one.
Do you have any lore skills that might pertain to like history of the anything like that? I don't know what your lore skills are, but they are also would be an option.
The only lore I have is Gladiator.
Okay. If there's if there's something like history, okay, like history of the region of Kortos or Otari regarding Belcora and the Rose Guard or Absalon even, you could make a general lore check. You'd be untrained at it because you don't have a lore skill specifically dealing with it. But if you wanted to be specific with your research, that would be a lore check, but untrained. You know what I mean? So there's going to be no
Yeah.
bonuses on this except whatever it is with lore, intelligence or whatever. But
Well, I'm not looking for myself. I'm just aiding. So, Dane, like, what is it we're trying to figure out? Is it like, what kind of magics does Belcora use? Like, is this illusion specifically? Like, what kind of spellcaster is she?
Yeah, like what school did she prefer? Like what school of magic did she favor the most?
Does she have any ex-boyfriends we should know about?
I don't need that
Well,
information.
right. You tell
like,
me
can we
what
call upon somebody else?
Dane, what skill are you going to be using? Because what
Arcana.
Arcana? All right. So Elias, you make an Arcana check to
Okay.
to aid.
All right, then I'll go ahead and roll that. Blind GM.
Mm-hmm.
I believe it should have rolled. And please add a +4 to that. I'm trying to drag it.
Okay.
For the cooperative nature.
All right. Now, Elias, or not Elias, Dane, you go ahead and make a Arcana check as well. Recall knowledge.
I think it rolled.
Okay. And you're going to get a bonus on that for Elias's absolutely fantastic aid
Woohoo!
with a critical success.
Woohoo! I've got my little tiny glasses on. I'm
Put on
reading
the
through books.
spectacles, Elias. You
My little
put on the
spectacles.
spectacles with us.
Woohoo!
All right, and with that, let's look and see what we can find out about Belcora. Specifically regarding her magic, possible boyfriends and lovers. It's going to take a
Yeah,
while.
whatever we can find.
Yeah, it's going to take you the better part of the day to do this research, unfortunately. But at least 3 hours. But you're going to get a lot of information. And this is mainly because you're in a library and they're so helpful, as well as Elias, who seems to be right at home here, knows right where to find the topics and the book subjects for you, Dane. So it is seemingly quite successful. Let me get to my page here. Sorry. I'm in the wrong part. Okay. Specifically with Arcana. Or Arcana. First thing, outside of what you already know, and I'll probably reiterate some of this, but it was all 500 years ago, and Belcora and her family were chased from Absalon. You can't really tell for what, but there was something to do with dark cult activity within the family, the Belcora family. She found herself here, where Otari is located, and there was no Otari at the time, and she had built this tower using powerful necromantic magic, among other forms of magic. She was intent on creating a magical beacon that would reach Absalon, where she could wreak her vengeance. This was the rumor, and it was the Rose Guard that followed and pursued her sometime after that she had built this gauntlet, as it was, as well as a construction around it. And this was some time later that the Rose Guard found her, tracked her down, and found out what she was up to. And it involved powerful magics and worship of an outer god. And when I say outer god, we're not talking about the gods we are all aware of here in Otari, like Seren Ray, but the outer gods no one worships. And she made Belcora, it is well known that she worshipped Nimbala, one of the outer gods, but not much is known about Nimbala. I'd require some further research if you want to go into that topic. Whether or not there's information much on her, that deity, you don't know at the moment. But Belcora is well known to have been quite passionate about her worship of Nimbala, one of the outer gods. And yeah, we'll leave that at that. So there is a lot of necromantic, divine magic as well involved with the construction of the gauntlet, you would assume. You also learn that during this time she had built deep underground of the gauntlet, cavern after cavern after cavern, and filled them with strange beasts and creatures that she warped with magic and empowered. You don't know any more than that. But it was the Rose Guard that showed up and put an end to this right away and defeated her. Something to do with the gauntlet's lens was imbued with a powerful magic, a magic that can teleport. Teleporting seems to be a key word you find throughout your research. She was doing something with teleportation, and somehow it is connected with the gauntlet. You think back on the attack that recently occurred where the gauntlet was pointed directly at the cemetery and the dead arose, and also this creature, according to Farley, was teleported in your midst, and you defeated it, dispatched it quickly. You see the connection there. It begins to make sense to you. That much information you can get. The gauntlet is indeed magical, imbued with some kind of power. It could even be an artifact. But she was defeated. And this is common knowledge. She was defeated by the Rose Guard. And I'll give you a little bit of extra information here, but Asfina Menemes was a member of the Rose Guard. She was in fact the cleric. She's also a relative, distant relative of the current mayor, Osef Menemes. Sefna Menemes. And she was partly responsible for building Otari. All the surviving members of the Rose Guard were responsible for building Otari, which had its own little history of things going on, which again I won't reveal too much of. That's a separate subject matter. But regarding Belcora and magic and how it relates to the Gauntlet and the Rose Guard, that's what you learn. And do you have any more questions?
Dane will just look at Elias. She built an army under the godlight.
Oh God, I hope not.
Oh, you know
Oh,
where we're
Caden,
going.
I hope not. I think we should go see Rin about Nimbola. I'm not very familiar with anything regarding that god.
Same here. I know virtually next to nothing.
Let me put it in the chat on Foundry, how it's spelt, in case you want to make a note of that name.
Got
Yeah,
my
all
pen and
of
paper
my-
ready.
All of my notes are obviously spelled incorrectly.
Yes.
I've got how they sound like more than their actual spelling.
The correct spelling and pronunciation, Nimbalath.
Nimbaloth.
Yeah, it's got a TH on the end. What did it do? Did it go through? Yeah, it did. Oh, it's centered on my token. Nimbaloth. And
I was pretty close.
just then, coming into the library behind you, several hours into your research, comes Valafor. Valafor, you arrive in the Dawnflower Library. You've been sitting at the Rowdy Rock. Are you there?
Yep, I'm here.
Okay, I don't want to be wasting my voice box here. But you were sitting at the Rowdy Rockfish after getting back from spending a night in the Gauntlet. Your friends have all decided to go their way and do some research on various subjects before they head back into the Gauntlet. The elf Farleytell drifted off somewhere. He said something about visiting a Morlablint character who owns a magical store on books and stuff like that elsewhere. Elias and Dane have decided to team up with Zion and... not Zion. They've decided to team up and head for the Dawnflower Library and are currently spent about 3 hours researching some subject matter involving Belcora, the Tower, the Gauntlet, and how does it relate to the Rose Guard, that kind of thing. And they're learning some stuff now. When you suddenly arrive 3 hours later, wondering where everybody went. You know, they were going to the Dawnflower, so you followed after them. And briefly, the Dawnflower Library, it's this 3-pointed tower-like structure, and it's on the east side or on the west side of the map. You could find it. I forget what number it is, but it's a beautiful
18.
18. It's a beautiful white with blue roof structure, and surrounded by beautiful gardens that seems to always have spring in abundance all around it. Everything's blossoming at all times, and little swallows are always dancing in the various shrubs and trees that surround it. It smells beautiful as you wind through this little stone walkway that leads to this entry, this double-doored entryway of great doors with brass fittings on it. And you're greeted, and the doors open silently into this foyer. And you're greeted by some priestesses, beautiful, dressed in white gowns with blue trim and little golden symbols of Saren Ray around their necks and around their wrists. And you inquire about your friends, and they quickly lead you into the library, which is across the entry room, the foyer, right across the hall. This room full of shelves that go as high as the ceiling almost. It's pretty high. The room is filled with sunlight, filled with book after book and bookshelves all over, and step ladders that they walk up to get to the highest books. And there, towards the left, and between some shelves that are quite tall, they guide you and there's your friends, your companions, who you recently befriended, I should say, seated around a table with stacks of books, and there's another priestess dressed in white who's kind of helping them find what they need. And it's at this point that you make your entry. What do you say?
All right. What you guys been up to? Did you learn anything?
Oh, my friend Valipur, you might want to take a seat on this one. Valcora's bred an army underneath the gauntlet.
What's under there?
She's bred an army of things. That Scalathrax or whatever that me and Elias fought was actually teleported from the gauntlet. Oh, what a joy.
Yeah, it seems like that lens is a pretty big deal. I think we're gonna have to go look into it.
Or destroy it if we can.
That might be a better idea, yeah.
Yeah.
Have a seat, Valfor, have a seat.
Elias hands you a book.
It's destroyable from the... I don't read much.
That's okay. I usually don't either, but today I'm really into it.
Well, this is curious. She seems from the research that we found, Valfor, that she also commands necromantic type of magic. So maybe that's some sort of spell she placed on the lens. I'm assuming it had to be the lens at some point. It was in the center of the gauntlet tower itself. So maybe there's some sort of necromantic ward on it. Awesome.
If you have any questions, you want to delve deeper, I might be able to reveal more to you. Any specific questions? I just gave you a general description of what...
anything in... Is there anything in this book that's pertaining to Vince does that was given to me?
What does?
Possibly.
Say that again?
Elias handed me a book. Not sure what it was.
Oh, well, there's a lot of books, actually. They're all stacked up on the table. That's just one of them, with this big old tome with a red
This
ribbon.
one's like a general history book. I'm reading up on Asfina Menemes, the cleric of Rosecard. We plan to visit the mayor afterwards. Maybe he can kind of share some information about his family.
That would
And
be
the
useful.
origins of
Yeah.
Otari.
All right, sounds good. I supplied up here, so you go back.
More than welcome to join in with us, but I need to borrow Miss Vandy for a personal matter.
I'm gonna be waiting outside of town.
Heading back to the gauntlet already, Valipur?
The gates when you're ready.
Are you sure you don't want to join us with our visit to the mayor? After this research, I'm going to be talking to the Bandy. See if she can lend her any services to our cause.
Well, for reasons that I won't get into here, I do need to stay outside. I will explain that.
All right, well, I'll let you to it then.
Okay. Balfour leaves.
Be safe, Valipur. We'll see you out there.
All right, Valifor, if you look at the map...
Indeed, my friend.
If you look at the map and go to towards the gauntlet, if I can get my map up there. right past a place called the Stone Circle Pond. Right up in here. Right there, you could see me ping. But that's pretty much where you can go, and if you want to wait on the edge of the wood for your friends to arrive, that's where you would probably do it. I'm guessing. You could easily make your
Okay.
way up there.
I will.
Uh,
Yeah.
Okay, let me bump the time up because at least 3 hours just went by doing this. So, boom, boom, boom. So we're now early afternoon. Okay, midday. So there's at least another 4 or 5 hours of sunlight remaining. Daylight, I should say. By the time you reach that position on the map, Valafor, waiting for your friends, sharpening your blade, perhaps. Watching a few, looks like druids, or whatever it is. Over there across the way, you see that big stone circle, pond-like area. There seems to be a small congregation of, it looks like druids. Who knows what that's about? It's all alien to you. But you do catch glimpses of them moving about, doing some kind of services of some sort there. In the meantime, Zion, are you there or not?
Yeah, I'm still here.
Okay, is there anything you'd like to do in that 3 hour time span?
Yes, I would like to do my weekly. Actually, no, wait. First, I have to go to the general store. I have to buy a few things.
Okay, you make a list of things you want to buy, and then I'll okay it once I see it. Put the price, so if it's buyable, you can have it. And by the way, in case for those that are curious, the way I handle it, purchasing stuff, like I had to think about this when you guys were thinking about getting blankets enough to cover the gauntlet itself. That's a lot of stuff. So what I do is I rate every village or town or city based on their size, right? There's like 6 classifications, and Otari is like class 6. You know, it's really a small place. And based on that classification, that tells me how easy it is to find things based on their gold piece value. Items, single items, small items, it's really a matter of how many of them are available. But bigger things per month, all right? But bigger things, bigger items like great swords and stuff, instead of what I have is a percentage, and every time you look for just one of them, I roll a dice to see if it's available at all. So each one has an availability to it. When it comes to cloth and blankets and stuff, pretty common. Based on the value that it would cost, I would tell you how many you could actually get if you wanted to do that. In a nutshell, what I'm saying is that the resources available to a place is based on the value of the item and the size of the location. So you just can't have limitless things. All right, so keep that in mind. There is a little thing I'm doing here to keep track of that. All right, and was there anything else you wanted to do besides make a list of shopping items?
I wanted to talk to the gravedigger about what happened last time we were in the graveyard.
All right, that'll take some time to find out how that works. Where is a gravedigger? Is there a gravedigger? Is it, that's, nothing at the moment. You're gonna have to do a lot of asking around to find out where they'd be and if there is one, and so on and so forth. So in the 3 hour time span, you could do some shopping, maybe question some people in town about that topic, and I'll get back to you. All right, is there anything else? I think that's enough, really. Okay, all right, so we're gonna go back to Dane and Elias. What would you like to do next? You got all this rich information surrounded by books and old scrolls. Is there any more research you'd like to do? Or do you want to move on?
Vanny, if I may perhaps ask a few questions of you.
Okay. I'm not in a role-playing mood today. Sorry, you guys. I'm really not. I'm so tired. But I'll try, Dane. I'll try, Kyle. Yes, my dear. How can I help you?
I need to speak to a priest or priestess.
Yeah. Vandy can come to your aid. She's actually very talkative and very accommodating. So if you'd like to specifically talk to her, you can do that. And I assume you do, right?
Yeah.
All right. She comes to your side and, yes, how may I help you?
Having a bit of a problem. Haven't slept well at all. As I'm sure that everyone's aware, the last wall's fall. I was a soldier from last wall. Seen some pretty nasty things. Kind of haunted by them. I was wondering if there might be something here to help with that. He's basically asking for penance.
And she feels compassion for you, as is her way. And as you talk to her, she holds your hand while you're talking to her. And you're seated at the table, on the far end of the table. And you can sense she's really concerned, and even though she doesn't know a lot about the fall of Last Wall, she is compassionate about your needs. And she's quick to offer you, if you need some type of healing, we can offer that as well. If you need a spell or something, we can offer that. But we can also offer you the shrine of Siren Ray. We have one dedicated on the opposite side of the wing. We will show you there, and you could speak with Siren Ray. And she begins to stand up and lead you towards that shrine. Do you go?
Dane will follow behind, a little timid.
All right. It's okay. Come. And two more. As she exits the library itself, okay, you could see directly opposite the exit, the entry, the foyer where you first entered. All right. To your left is this long hall. And as you turn and look down this long hall that just goes on and on and on and disappears from sight, you see on both sides of the walls, and it's like 10 foot wide, on both sides of the wall, which are white stone with brass gold highlights throughout, and paintings and little nooks built into the wall, spaced out about every 20 feet. You could see these little nooks that are head height, and it looks like they have some type of golden symbol of Siren Ray in there. And also along both sides of this corridor are doors, arched doors. The doors are receded, so you can't actually see most of the doors from where you currently are, but as you begin to proceed, you see that indeed these archways are actually doors. Where they lead to, you can't tell. Perhaps they are extra rooms where some of the priests stay. But as you go on, you must travel about 40, 50, 60 feet. You get to this, on the left side, it kind of turns. There's a little corridor, I should say. The main corridor goes on. You can't see how far. It's almost unrealistically far. It doesn't make sense. You know, this building is only so big when you look at it from the outside. But this goes on and on, like hundreds of feet. But you reach this one point where there is this turn, a corridor to the left, and it's about 20 foot wide. And there's a set of steps, countless steps that go up and rise. And she leads you up these steps, her and these two other priestesses. And it goes up about 40 feet. It rises. And as you get up that span of steps, you can see these glass windows suddenly grow larger into your view, and sunlight is pouring in. And by this time, it's got to be early afternoon. The sun wouldn't really be there. You can see the ocean, but you don't see the sun. But what you do see is this bright light, like there was a sun there. and it's warm and inviting, and it hits you as you reach the top of this steps, the plateau, as it were. It turns, and there's another flight of steps that goes up maybe another 40 feet. You sense that you must be in the one wing, as she called it, the one third tower of this three-towered structure, okay? Which is where the temple and dedication to Seren Ray lies. The opposite one is where they have the other shrines. For instance, the Kaden and Gozra and all that can be found there. And they have their own priests as well. You find this out with conversation. She describes it willingly. But you are most interested in Seren Ray's grace and power and her loving openness and kindness to comfort you in your time of need. Nothing is more comforting than the warmth of the sun. And that you sense immediately as before you, as you reach the top of the second flight of stairs, you see this pillar. It must be 30 feet around. And on top of this pillar is this beautiful maiden. And behind her is this beautiful, golden sun. Okay? And it seems to be emanating an aura of heat and bright light. Not the light that would blind you, but the light that would invite you. And you begin to walk forward. And at first, you sense the presence of the priestesses as they guided you, one on each arm, holding you. But slowly, they disappear. The touch is gone. You don't feel their presence, but it doesn't matter. Your eyes are focused on what's in front of you, and you begin to walk forward into this light. And before this statue, perhaps. It's hard to see and define with your eyes, but you feel inclined to approach. And as you do, you feel even more compelled to fall down to your knees and even bow your head. You're not a religious man. Never were. But in this case, you feel the need to bow. And the warmth begins to embrace you. And time ceases for a moment. And you let it go willingly in your time of need. What kind of questions or comforting are you looking for? Is there anything specifically that you're seeking? You're obviously in the presence of the shrine to Seren Ray.
I guess he's just sort of looking for answers to his nightmares, sort of any way to get them to cease.
Okay, go ahead and make... It's always fun to roll dice. No help from Elias this time. Elias did not follow. I don't think, Elias. Are you still into the books?
Oh, totally. Still into the books.
All right, we'll catch up on your book reading. Dana's having a moment. He's gonna come out a champion.
Yes, another champion. Now, sometimes you just have to go solo, and Elias just let Dane go. You got to figure things out for yourself.
One of those moments. So what we're going to do, I'm going to have you make a die roll. And I'm going to make a determination here if it's going to be a flat roll, or are we going to go with some type of skill? I've got something in mind for you. Yes, religion. We're going to look into religion. You're going to use your religion skill. Let me take a quick look. Where is it? Religion. Is it religion? Or is there another name for it?
There is a religion check.
I got it. All right, yeah, religion. What I would like you to do, just make a religion check. This isn't a recall knowledge or anything. It's just a straight up religion check. Make it blind.
Done.
As you sit there and you feel this warmth abound by you, your head is bowed, your eyes are closed. As I said, you're not really a religious man, especially after the events of last wall, the fall of Robard, your good friend and mentor. It's kind of left a bad taste in your mouth for what's good and what's evil. Confuses your mind more than anything. So you're kind of standoffish regarding religion. But you do feel the power. There's something here. Something embraces you, comforts you like a child to his mother. You feel that. It's not overwhelming, but you definitely sense there is a real power here. This is amazing. It's beautiful, in fact. Life-changing? Perhaps not. But there is a brief moment in your contemplation where you swear you hear some type of whispering. No, it's not whispering, it's humming. And then you begin to recall when you first came earlier today to the Dawnflower Library, that sound. You saw the priests and priestesses walking in the back from some ceremony, and there was this sound, this music that they were humming. You swear you hear it again. Or is it whispers? You're not sure. Could be both. You feel a little bit, your mind begins to swim with all this information in your head. But there is definitely something there, a beckoning, a calling to you. Again, time ceases for you. Elias, you're sitting at the table. You've just gone through another book. Is there anything else you specifically want to roll for, to check for? It's going to add to the time. Remember, we're going into the 4th hour now. You don't know where Dane went. He's in conversation with the head priestess here, who you've met, Vandy, who's also disappeared. But is there anything in the interim you would like to do regarding research?
Not with research, really. Elias will just close the book. But although Vandy did just kind of disappear with Dane, he wanted to talk to her about, their services they can offer and if there's a possible discount in the future.
Well, that you kind of already know from your recent visit. But priestesses are there. They can fill you in. I could go over that with you.
Yeah, just trying to turn this token green. Wink, wink, nudge, nudge.
All right, step 1 to do that, you have to make an impression. It's an actual action for diplomacy. Think about how you could best make an impression at the temple to impress them.
I will sing a song. Because I can use performance. Hold on, make sure I got the right character.
Oh boy.
I'm pretty sure I can use performance to make an impression.
All right.
Impressive performance.
Oh boy. Impressive performance. All right, it's untrained. Anybody could do it. The perform action. If you'd like to do that, describe what exactly you're doing, and we'll see if it calls for a check, which it probably will, but you give me an idea. You think about that, and we'll get back to Dane.
Okay.
Okay. I don't want to rush that. You think about that. Dane, you're not sure how much time has gone by, but eventually you feel compelled to stand. And as you do, and your eyes open, things are much more clearer now. No longer is there this bright light hitting you, although you still feel the warmth. You feel relieved. You feel like some type of reprieve has been granted to you. Your mind is free. For the moment. For the moment. And as you abruptly turn around to see your hosts, they're both gone except for Vandy. Her small stature. She stands about 20 feet from you, so she looks even smaller, a speck. Behind her is the open space of the steps that disappear from view. And she's got her hands clasped together, and she looks straight up at you. How do you feel now, Sir Dane? I hope you're well.
No need to call me sir. I'm not a knight, but I do feel better.
I am happy. Is there anything else? We have potions, perhaps. And she's basically offering, if you need anything, they can help you. If there's more, like, oh, I need healing or restoration, or I'm poisoned or anything. And as she asks this, and you draw closer, and she draws closer to guide you back down the steps to the library, she again touches your wrist. And it's at that point. Are you fully healed? I think you are.
Yeah.
You feel the warmth of her touch, and that warmth goes up your arm and into your body. You sense something has reinvigorated you. And then she stops and she looks up at you. You will be okay, my friend. Perhaps tonight you will get the best sleep of your life. Perhaps. And then, now come. We should go find your friends. And she guides you down the steps. So if there's anything else, mention it now.
Dane is just sort of taken aback by everyone's hospitality. He's just going to follow along quietly, contemplating what just happened.
Okay, so meta talk here. Mechanically. Now, at this stage, this was a moment for Dane that could have a profound influence on his decisions towards good in the future. He felt touched by Saren Ray. He felt her presence, her existence. It was as real to him as the building itself. And so it definitely had an impact on him. It's up to you how you want to take that. And it was beautiful. It was a beautiful thing. Whether or not it's life-changing is totally up to you, what you want to do with Dane. But yeah, that was a moment. That was a moment. So you ponder that. And while you do so and are guided back to the library, Elias, what is this grand performance that you suddenly break out? He jumps up on the table, horn in
And
hand.
he does a jig. No,
What do you do?
So Dane's kind of left. Elias closes the book. Okay, this is a good time to, do my secondary kind of thing here. So he's going to wander around until he can find a priest or priest. You're such a distraction, Dane. Posted a GIF.
Has anybody left? Am I alone here? Even Valafor left.
So he's going to try to find a priest of Caden. Just that's of the most person he can find some sort of common ground with. Not like anyone there isn't going to be willing to help him, but he's going to specifically seek out somebody who also worships the same god.
They can. All right. Well, let me make a die roll here, because die rolls are fun. You do manage to. Well, for one thing, one of the priestesses can recommend you go to the shrine. It's on the opposite wing, where they have various shrines to the other gods, including Caden. Not hard to find. It's it's pretty simple setup, and there is a priest over there, who you can talk to, who is also, well, they're obviously a follower of Caden specifically. And if you're willing to do that, yes, no?
Yeah.
Okay.
With this mission in mind, he makes his way towards that wing.
All right. Briefly, it's just like with Dane, you're going in the opposite direction. You see a very similar layout, 10-foot wide corridor. And it also goes on and on and on, mysteriously so, you think to yourself. That's funny. The building didn't seem that big. And it goes on, and there's these doors on the sides. There's these little nooks, head-level little shrines of various deities, in this case.
Really, I'm really getting my steps in today.
Yeah, you are. And after so far there is this one alcove to the right, facing the ocean. Your right would be facing the ocean at this point. And there's no door. And it's this about 8-foot wide doorway. And there before you, you see, it's not a brightly lit room, but it is a room with sunlight coming through, with lots of plant life. Trees, it looks like, are growing along the walls of this place. And it looks like it's about 30 foot in diameter. Doesn't seem to be any other exits, although there are what looks like portals, open windows. No glass, just open. And you see the sky, full daylight, coming through. And you can see the limbs of all these trees kind of growing in front of these open windows, as it were. You feel the fresh air as you stand in this doorway. And there, straight in front of you, maybe 20 feet away, towards the opposite wall, this round-like chamber, surrounded with trees, it seems, with walls behind it. Darker wooden tone. It's not brightly white painted stone in here. It's kind of like almost various shades of brown. It all kind of blends together well. And you see the green from the trees and the shrubs as well in this room, full of plant life. But there in front of you, you see this hollowed out tree, and it's big. It must be about maybe 6 feet wide, and it's hollowed out in the middle, so much that there's like a 3-foot hole in it that's got its own little arch. And right at waist height, you can see what looks like almost like a little pedestal or a table inside the hollow portion of this tree. And sitting there is this large mug, a wooden mug. No handle. It's just almost like a bucket, but it's not that big. And all around it are these smaller mugs, we'll call them cups, if you will, that look just like it. And there's about 4 or 5 of them, and they all sit around this larger mug. And this is what you're confronted with. You don't see anyone, but you've been assured that there is a priest here. Oh, don't worry, he will find you. Just go ahead and approach. I will be outside when you are done. Take your time, the priestess says to you. The priestess of Siren Ray. All the deities that are here are well respected amongst each other. Do you step forward? Do you approach?
Yes. Yes, I do. I approach that little table with the cup and the mug.
Okay.
Now,
go ahead.
do the little cups look like they're for the taking, or does it look like like an offering towards Caden?
Well, as you approach, it gets closer. Again, it's like a 5-6 foot wide tree trunk, right? And it's hollow in the middle. And right at waist height, inside this hollow part of the tree, is like this cup, surrounded by other cups. It's obviously a shrine to Caden. And as you draw closer to it, you begin to peer towards the larger cup. We'll call it a pail. I guess we'll call it a pail. And you begin to see there is indeed a golden liquid in there with a foam around the outside.
So, I am a devout Caden worshiper. Is it assumed that I would know what to do when visiting a shrine of the god that I worship?
You would. This is
Okay.
This is
Because as a player, I don't know. I don't know what happens. I don't want to say the wrong thing and have it sound stupid when my character should know.
You take all these notes. I figured you might have some idea, but let's carry on, shall we, and find out what happens next. You know what this is. This is obviously a shrine. You are, in fact, a champion of Caden. You know all about this. Mysterious mugs appearing in the early morning, the morning ale. This is all the way we show our gratitude to Caden. It's the way we worship. It's the drinking part of it, whether it's alcohol or not, doesn't matter. It's the idea of what we're doing. And in this case, with this shrine, there's different ways to look at it. There are those who bring ale to Caden and fill the pail. That's what this represents. And there are those who take from the pail when they need his grace upon them. Drinking is a big part of the worshiping of Caden. It's not the only form, but it is a very common practice. And before you, this is a common shrine. You've seen this before. And what you normally do is when you're in need, you take. When you want to show gratitude, you give and you pour into the cup. In your mind, you know that no matter how much you put in that pail or that big mug, it never overflows. And no matter how much you take from it, it never empties. That's what makes it a shrine. It has powers. And that's usually the case. And you would assume that's the case here. So if you are looking to give, or if you're looking to receive, you would know what to do. So I leave that in your hands. And usually what happens is through this ritual that generally takes about a half an hour, not usually longer than that, you fall, after taking or giving, you usually spend some time in front of the shrine itself contemplating, depending if you're of the elven heritage. Normally what you do is you go into your trance and spend that half an hour in deep thought and contemplation and see if Caden speaks to you, which he usually does, so they say. Otherwise, if you're not of that, you try to go into a meditative state. And as a champion, you know how to do this. It's part of their daily devotional practices. You know how to meditate. Maybe not as good as the trance of the elves, but you do meditate. And that would be normal practice after visiting the shrine and either taking or giving, depending on which you want. Normally it's one or the other, not both. So whatever you choose to do now, take or give. If you want to give, normally what you do is if you have ale with you, whatever it is, it could be even water, really, as long as it's a liquid that you give. Water would be refreshing. So yes, that's also allowed. You could do that. So if you have anything, you can give. Otherwise, you're stuck. You got to receive. That's up to you.
Choosing neither. So Elias is just trying to kill time until he sees a priest.
I thought you were going to perform. What happened to that idea?
Yeah, perform in front of the priest. It's not worth anything if nobody sees me do it.
You don't know where the priest
Unless
is.
it's my god. But since he's already there, he's going to offer whatever water is in his water skin.
Okay.
Which he hasn't taken a drink from it, so it's full.
All right, this will take about another half an hour, this whole ritual. You're going to do that. You're going to offer up some water, and what you normally do is you'll put it into at least one of the cups. It doesn't take much, and you say a few little words, and then you pour it into, and it mixes into whatever else is in there. And it never overflows. If it's a true shrine, it won't overflow. And in this case, it does not. And usually you go into your little meditative state for no more than a half an hour, and you start contemplating. And I assume that's what you're going to be doing. And this is what you're doing?
Yes, I'll be putting the water in there and contemplating.
All right, you need to make a religion check blind. So you go ahead and do that. Religion check blind. And is there anything in this case you're giving, is there anything specifically on your mind as you contemplate this that you are particularly grateful or thankful for? Because normally in this part of the ritual, it's what goes on. If you wanted help from Caden, it's a whole different process. You're giving. But this can have profound effects as well, based on your role and what you're doing. Is there something specifically you're thankful for as a champion of Caden?
Of course, thankful for all the times he's protected his allies when he uses his liberating step. So just for the safe travels that Cadence provided.
Okay. All right, you do that. Roll noted, and I'll get back to you in a second. Valifor, another hour's gone by. What in the world is going on? Where are they? We should be off to the Gauntlet. You're very tempted to head off to the Gauntlet alone. It's what you did originally. You don't know much about these new companions, but you kind of feel that you want to wait. But what are you thinking right now? It's been about another hour since you were at the Dawnflower.
Well, I'm very anxious. I have been keeping my eye on these druids that are around where I've been sitting. Do I know what order of druids they are?
I shouldn't have mentioned those druids. Hold on, I gotta look up my notes. I wasn't ready for this one. I don't know Otari that well. Actually, the notes aren't that complex to do. What'd you ask me again?
I was trying to figure out what order of druids they might be. Like,
Yeah, you wouldn't really know that, what specific order they are. You have no clue. You're not really familiar with their practices, but you're also new to this area. You really don't know what that it's about, but you get the sense there is a few gathering here, and it makes sense. I mean, it looks like it's a pond, pretty big actually, and it's surrounded by these stone, not too large, but they're stone. It's not Stonehenge, but it's kind of like similar. There's these stones in the ground, partially up, from what you can see. So it looks like some type of nature gathering group. Perhaps these are the druids you've heard about in the past. If you'd like, you could make a recall knowledge, either religion or nature. If you'd like to do that, go ahead, and I'll note your result. See if I can give you any other information regarding who they are.
all right. A nature or a religion, you said?
No, yeah, nature or religion, whichever one you choose. Just tell me which one you choose.
I chose nature. I rolled it.
Okay. All right, and do you draw closer to the place to get a better look, or are you staying at the wood edge and just observing from afar? Let me see how far away.
No,
you
I'll make
actually
myself
would be.
known. I'm not hiding from them.
Okay, let me see how far. All right, well, at the wood's edge, you're almost 200 feet away from it. 3/4 of a football field, or 2/3. But as you approach, you can see there's symbols on those stones. There's not many people gathered here, these nature folk, druids, you assume. But you definitely recognize. Let me see what you use to roll nature. You definitely recognize well, I'm going to tell you anyway. You use nature, not religion, but I'm going to tell you anyway. You recognize the symbol of Gozra on at least several of the stones here. This would have been better suited if you used religion, but I will tell you just a little bit. Gozra is a kind of a nature type of entity worshipped. Very common. In fact, well, Leave it at that. I won't tell you anymore. But these are obviously druids, and a lot of worshippers of Gozer are druids, from what you recall. Yeah, you would know that based on
Alright.
your role.
So I'll approach one of the druids and I'll ask him, so, what is it that you druids are here in the name of Gozra?
All right, hold that thought, Jesse. I have to go to my notes about that. And what was the question again? What was?
What are druids of Gozra doing outside of town?
All right. Hold that thought. Dane, you make your way back to the library. You know now it's been about an hour. It's been about an hour. Actually, let's go to Elias first. Who keeps bouncing in and out? Somebody having trouble?
Yeah, it's me. I pressed the wrong button.
Okay. Just so I know.
Sorry, it happens to all of us.
Yeah, we forgive you. Elias. It's been about a half an hour in your little meditative state. And what were you thinking of?
Just, the usual. Just thinking about the challenges that I'm going to be facing in the future and the things that we've already overcome in the past. And of course, thinking about that, about Newton and hoping that he's someplace good.
Oh, yeah, that's right, Newton. Said, who's it, Newton? Oh! Yeah.
Our fallen hero.
Mm-hmm. All right. About a half an hour goes by in your meditative state and you're thinking and dwelling on these things, and you're startled just for a second as a hand touches your shoulder. A reassuring hand. Not threatening at all. You turn and you look slowly. There's no one there. You sit alone in the room, but you felt the presence. Something. But it feels good. You feel emboldened as you stand up. You have your sword at your side. You take a deep sigh. You don't see the priest, but you get the sense that he's been watching. Perhaps made himself known. Perhaps it was Caden. Who knows? But you feel good about it. And with your about face, you begin to march off towards the exit. And as you do so, you cross the portal and look directly to your left, and you see the priestess who guided you here. She takes a bow, and she turns, and you both begin to head down towards the corridor. If there's anything else you wanted to do, do it now.
Well, I was waiting for someone who may or may have not shown, but priestess, if she has a name and has introduced herself. I've actually come here seeking the aid of the Dawnflower. For me and my companions, we're on this quest to,
Nobody speaks to me.
Well, let me be your friend. Open up to me.
Yeah.
Please relay this message is of most importance.
Okay. All right.
We're just asking for a little bit of help.
All right. You're speaking to the Saren Ray priestess as she guides you back to the library. Just to clarify, what just happened was you were led to the shrine, and there is a priest associated with the shrine, a priest of Caden. And the priests of Caden, they're not like the priests, and you would know this, of Saren Ray or many other gods, they tend to be a little bit whimsical and nature-like, and sometimes play tricks as well. But in this case, you felt the presence of Caden. When you were in this room, you felt alone, but you weren't. And it was the presence of Caden. So you were being heard. This is what you feel. As a champion of Caden, this is what you know. But you did not see the priest. And it really doesn't matter at this point in your mind that you would speak to the priest, because you know this isn't unusual. He was there somewhere. Maybe he was being silly. Who knows? But anyway, you made your way out, and right now you're walking your way back to the library, and you're asking the priestess of Saren Ray these things, right?
Mm.
And she'll talk with you on the way. So if you have questions for her or would like to say anything, you could do that on your way back. All right? Just to clarify what happened, if there was any confusion, as you explore Caden and his worship. We'll get more into that as we play, I'm sure. But what did you?
Well, glad it was nothing out of the ordinary then.
No, that was all pretty much the way it works. You would know this. Not unusual, I should say.
All right. Well, in the travels back to the main area of the library, other than keeping a lookout for Dane to see if he's back, I'd like to talk to the priestess of Saren Ray to see if she can offer any of that kind of guidance. Not guidance, but that aid.
Vandy? Or any priestess?
Well, Vandy, I had assumed, was preoccupied with Dane during that whole excursion there, so Elias is just talking to whomever will listen and maybe has some sort of influence that he can try to impress or or something. I wanted to impress them by singing some sort of hymn of Caden, but I wasn't. I didn't know. I didn't know that I wasn't going to actually meet a priest of Caden, because that was going to be the plan. But the plan did not go accordingly. So he's just going to do the next best thing, and that's talk to this one person who's actually paid attention to him.
Well,
so that was going to be my performance.
as you make your way back to the main library, which is a big room, you still don't see Dane at this point, but there is at least a couple other priestesses in the place. There's at least a couple other patrons as well that are in here looking around, researching their own stuff, keeping to themselves. There's a couple priestesses. If you wait long enough, like say another half an hour or thereabouts, Dane does arrive once again, and Vandy leads him back to your table. So we could knock off another hour if you're willing to wait, but what else are you going to do? And you can have a full crowd and do your performance if that's what you'd like to do.
Yeah, sure. He'll just be patient. Wait for a Dane. Doesn't want to just disappear on him.
Dane, you arrive back. You see, you arrive back and you see seated at the table Elias, who looks like they've been in the book, or he's been in that book ever since you left. What do? You just had this little experience. What do you say as you see Elias seated there?
Need even another book, Elias.
Just a little extra reading, that's all. Says
What
nothing
have you-
about his
And what did you
experience.
find?
Nothing more than what we already knew, friend.
Okay.
How did everything go with you? You disappeared.
Strange.
Find any information about those dreams?
I found a calming presence, but kind of strange feeling. Felt kind of nice, almost.
Yes, this place is full of calming presence.
Like Dane's stuttering, yes, he's very timid talking about it.
Oh, yeah, he won't bring up anymore if Dane's kind of like trailing off. So you want to help me convince the Dawnflower to help us out? Because last time we went to uh the Gauntlet, we kind of were short on a few potions, and I know the others would appreciate it if we could get things at a less frightening price.
True. So, what did you have in mind? I don't normally dance, but if the situation requires it, then well, I'll take one for the team.
How's your singing voice?
Have you met me?
It's beautiful. All right, we've got this.
I mean, I can give it a fair try, but I'm not going to be responsible if glass starts shattering and priestesses cover their ears and run for the hallway.
All right, I'm thinking we can impress them, or just show signs of good faith if we sing them a hymn or some sort of religious song, and I can fill you in on the chorus. And you can join in.
I will join in there then.
Is
Oh,
Vandy
wonderful.
still behind?
Wonderful.
Oh, she is there. Good.
Vandy is so happy, and she's more than willing to assemble some of the priestesses to gather. Come, everyone, come. There's going to be a performance. And they all look to you, Elias and Dane.
I hope this convinces you of our true, kind nature, and please consider.
All right, so essentially,
Please consider us. All right, thank you.
rules-wise, what you're trying to do is make an impression. In other words, turn these otherwise possibly neutral folks into friendly, like even more so than they
Yes.
already are,
Mm-hmm.
After that would be helpful, and that's where you get support. So it's going to take some time. If you want to, unless you get a really good success here, we'll see what happens. Go ahead and go for it and describe it. Describe how you're going to travel to the Gauntlet and overcome the evils that have befallen Otari, and surely the Dawnflower Temple itself shall be saved. Go ahead and do that.
Actually, can I make a religion check to specifically find some sort of expert, not expert, like some sort of religious song that would go well with the experiences we're facing now, like a good versus evil, protect the people, things like that nature. Just like if I can recall knowledge.
Go for it. Recall knowledge, religion.
Yeah. Do you want this to be blind
Yes,
or public? Okay.
blind.
I have rolled. Because if that fails, then I'm just going to sing whatever song I know.
All right,
But
go
I'm trying to be specific.
You know the words to a poem that comes from, how do I put this? This was a recall knowledge, right? Recall knowledge. Religion.
Yeah.
All right, religion.
Mhm.
All right. You recall, and you're not sure what it is, but you have put the puzzle together. The name of, what was her name? Esefna Menemes. You know where you've heard that name before. You did some research, but now you know where that name really comes from. She was a cleric. She was the Rose Guard's cleric. But something else rings a bell. That name is also the name of another hero. A hero in a similar situation to this, who saved their town. Esefna. And you begin to relate that poem in song. And it's a poem about Esefna, which will connect with these folks, because Asefna, everybody knows Asefna, it's one of the Rose Guard and founders of Otari. And you begin to recall this. Now you can use a performance where you sing this poem, and we'll see how good you do at it. But you do recall stuff from the past, and you know just what will do the trick. So now...
This is more along the line of a poem that will be sung out a little bit. There isn't quite a chorus, I'm assuming. So instead, I'm going to ask Dane to do some interpretive dancing.
Dane, I'm going to need you to make a performance check as well to aid in this performance. Okay, so go ahead. And blind performance check.
Dane, I owe you one. Thank you. Even if you do a real bad job, thank you.
I just hope that the guard doesn't get involved. I don't like jails.
Are the doors shut? Don't let any of the other guards see him.
I don't like jails. I don't like bars. What
happens in the Dawnflower stays in the Dawnflower.
All right, how, Dane, are you helping in this performance? What are you doing? And Elias,
I guess I'm dancing.
Dancing? Okay.
Yeah. So what I'm describing with the Esfina or Esfina?
Yeah. Sounds good enough to me. Esfina.
Esfina. Basically, as I'm describing that poem and singing some parts out, I'll stand just straight, and I would also like to dedicate this song to our fallen hero, Nguyen. So they realize the dire situation, and somebody has, in fact, died.
All right. Go ahead and make this performance roll.
Blind or public?
This is blind.
Okay.
Dane's gonna look to Elias and wink. I hope you know what you're doing.
I don't.
I don't like this. You what?
I only have to. I remember it a little bit.
All right. By the way, if anyone wants to use a hero point on a blind roll, you can do so. You just say you're using it and roll twice, and I'll use the best roll. Okay, if anybody's curious about that. I haven't really asked anybody who's wanted to spend
Do I need a blind? Do I need a hero point?
I kind of feel like that was directed at me more so than anybody.
Well, yours is just an aid, so if we're no better off than if you hadn't done it. You know what? Sure. I'm going to use a hero point.
Okay. You start the session with 1, so you now have none left.
That's fine.
Go for it.
I've re-rolled.
Okay. All right. Do you have any instrument? There's no music here, right? It's just singing and dancing. Or reciting and dancing, right?
Is Dane also going to do some beatboxing in the background?
Yes, bebopping is included in this. Free of charge.
You're a man of many talents, Dane.
I know, right? I can smash heads and dance. Who knew?
All right. Assuming you guys don't want to actually go through this and role play it, I will describe it. Do you want to?
I think I've described it enough.
Okay.
You can. I trust you with the rest of it.
All right. A small gathering of priestesses and a few patrons that are here. There's a couple of them that are kind of looking in your direction. Begins to hear your words as you start to recite this poem, mentioning the name Asefna or Asifna. Menemes. Well, not Menemes. The similarities with the first name. And it's a very similar situation. And you immediately, as soon as you start mentioning that name, you can tell that those that are here recognize that name. And then they begin to get pulled into what you're describing in this great heroic salvation of this city brought about by this Asefna. I think I'm saying that right. I said it about 3 different ways now. But yeah, and this takes some time. And every once in a while, as you go through this, you work on a new stanza, all of a sudden you hear this clanking noise. It's kind of distracting, and you turn quickly from the side of your eye, you could see Dane is trying to join in, and he's kind of doing a little shuffling and kind of simulating an actual combat that a Sefna was involved in as she defended this city. He's kind of mimicking what the battle was like, putting on a show, a dance in a way. But it's very distracting in a way. And as you can tell, some of the priestesses kind of look over behind and kind of cackle to themselves. But anyway, they listen intently on your words that you're reciting. And it does move them. And you can see after the performance, they all begin to clap. Oh, that was wonderful, wonderful. That was a wonderful tale of a Sefna. How did you know so much about a Sefna? And then you begin to relate about how you've learned, and you're eager to learn more, and this relationship with the mayor and stuff like that. And yeah, that was barely acceptable, but you did it. You pulled it off. They are now friendly.
Yeah.
But
Yeah.
there's one more step
We're one
to get.
step closer.
You
Yes, one step closer.
We will never mention this to the rest of the group ever.
Yes. Yes.
Oh no, I'm gonna bring it up every time.
Could have been-
Elias jokingly says.
It could have been the chain mail. I'm not sure. That shield strapped to your back, Dane, is kind of getting in the way at times. But you did a good job, as it were. And Vandy is particularly happy with the performance, and she says, "Oh, that was so wonderful. You rekindled hope in us about the godlight, and we appreciate that." But yeah, mechanically you're at the friendly level, which is pretty good. That's more than what it was, which was neutral. So yeah, you've got a little bit of extra chutzpah. If you're curious what that is, you're more likely to get, them to help you do things, but it's still not a support level. You're not going to get discounts on stuff. Okay, not like that. So rules mechanic wise, that's where you're at. So yeah. And
Vandy, thank you for listening to the two of us and watching Dane perform his heart out.
oh,
Dane grumbles and sighs heavily.
Oh, it was wonderful, Dane. You were a wonderful dancer, and the way you portrayed that one hero, that heroic moment at the end of the story, was wonderful. You have a fan.
Thank you.
That was one of the priestesses, not Vandy. But yeah, all good.
Now, we didn't just perform this just for the fun of it. It was also to help convince you to help us with any healing and
Okay.
some costs. So now is the time where I'd like to make the request.
Dane is looking around at the ceiling going, "Oh, here we go."
The moment of truth.
All right, hold on to that.
Yeah, we can hold on to that.
We're almost at the halfway point. Zion I totally forgot about you. You've been bouncing in and out. Where are you at right at this moment? It's been about, what, 4 hours? Or thereabouts? I have to look at my clock here. What are you doing at the current moment?
Yeah, I find the gravedigger.
Oh, the Gravedigger. Oh, you guys are all over town doing different things. Recall Knowledge Society. Blind. Go ahead and make that roll. And while you do that, I'm going to move over to Val 4 real quick. Val 4, you approach the stone circle area, and there's about 6 or 7 of these druid-like individuals. I'm not sure they're all druids. You're not sure anything that much about the religion, actually, and how they do things. But you do notice a gnome. One of the smaller fey creatures in the world who hang out with humans. You've seen them before. This is obviously a gnome. And they're all kind of gathered together, 6 of them, and there's this one gnome in their midst. And they say, "Oh, welcome. Come over. will you join us in some worship to Gozra?
Sure, my fine little friend.
Wow, is that what you say? Wow.
No.
Sure, my fine little friend. Wow,
Little
what an
friend.
intro.
Make sure I emphasize little.
Okay. And all right, they greet you, and you gather together, and they kind of befriend you and invite you to take of some of their food. They have a little fire here going, just a little one, and they invite you to take part in some of the eating and share some stories. And from this, you gather that. Well, we'll get into that in a second. Actually, let's continue with this.
I basically want to find out from them what they know about the gauntlet, since it is kind of close to their camp here.
Oh, don't go near the gauntlet. Did you see the dead unrising the other night? If it wasn't for those heroes, we'd all be done in. One of them says to you. You get the idea that they really don't know much about what happened. You get the sense that this little cloister, if you will, kind of doesn't associate with the people in town. You're not sure what it is, but there's a little, they don't know much about the goings-on and kind of avoid it. Although they all look to the gnome. There's almost a leadership type of role to this gnome. He does step forward and say, oh, the people of Otari are wonderful. We've been working to better our relations with them, but we'll save that tale for later. But come, let us eat, but keep away from the gauntlet. Don't go near there. That's about all you can get from that. So you think about that. And in the meantime, Zion, what you get from your gathering information is that there's really no grave digger. What it is that it's the Dawnflower Library that's responsible for the cemetery. They caretake for the cemetery as well, particularly the Saren Ray group. So when people pass away, they go to the temple, and the temple takes care of the body, and they inter it into the cemetery. There is caretakers who, do the basic, they have to dig the holes and maintain and all that, maintenance-like stuff. That's about it. There's no real, I guess that would be the closest to a dedicated grave digger, but they generally work for the Dawnflower. That kind of thing. That's what you find out anyway. Okay? And what else? What else did you want to do, or what did you want to do?
The shopping
with that
list.
knowledge?
I
Shopping
want
list.
to purchase.
All right. Do you have a list you can paste into
Yes.
the chat?
Yeah, he was not much, very small.
Okay. Perfect. You do that.
8 here.
Oh. I like how it
Not
focuses on your token when you say something. Shopping list is 1 pound or
Of
1 pound or salt. 1 pound of salt.
of salt, yeah.
And up to 10 gold pieces of blankets. All right. 10 GP blankets. Okay, I'll look that up and see what rolls we can make. And a pound of salt. Interesting. All right. I'll get back to you on that. Elias, Dane. Now, I'm thinking, Elias, you actually want to go right into the next performance, right? Is this what you're thinking? And try and do this again?
Yes. This is request for diplomacy.
Request. So you're not trying to impress. You're trying to go for the request now. Okay.
We checked off the impression box.
Yeah.
I'd like to
that
use
little-
the hate action on Elias on this one.
All right. What are you requesting?
For a discount on goods offered by the Dawnflower, such as healing potions.
I see.
It doesn't have to be everything.
So you're
We just
taking a
wanna
shortcut. You're taking a shortcut to getting support from the Dawnflower. That's what it would be.
Well, I did the impression, right? Right?
Yeah, but they're only friendly.
What am I missing?
You could do
What
it.
do they have to be?
They have to be helpful. That's one level up.
Oh, okay. I forgot about helpful.
Let's see. Friendly. Has a good attitude towards you, but won't necessarily stick their neck out for you if trouble comes the way. Helpful is willing to help you and responds favorably to your requests. Indifferent is below friendly, and that's where it doesn't really care about either way. Most NPCs start out indifferent. And in this case, although they come off as friendly, whether it's genuine or not is hard to say because they are religious folks. But you get the sense they're friendly. And you have pretty much solidified that fact. This is meta talk. Solidified that fact with your successful performance. Again, this is meta talk. We normally don't discuss this stuff. But for you guys, we are, because it's a learning campaign. So, technically, you're at the friendly zone. If you want to request stuff, whatever it is, you can do so. They offer stuff and services without any special roles required. If you want to try and bargain with them, wheel and deal, that's a different story. Now, normally, if you make a big enough impression on them and make them friend or helpful, you don't have to bargain with them. They willingly give you the discounts and support you. That's what that is. To get that, I would say probably takes a little time. Give it a rest. You know, you got them to friendly. Now give it at least a day before you do another performance and try and really woo them, because it might work in reverse at this point.
Yeah, I get what you mean.
Yeah.
Also, afterwards, Elias is going to try, not like push it with another performance, but he's going to say, you know, we could really use some help, but, you know, I know that this isn't the kind of world we live in where you can take, and take. Is there anything you need done here that I can provide you? Any kind of services?
That's smart. There you go. That's awesome.
I'm not a gardener, so you can't rely on me for that. I was going to try to make a little joke there.
You were.
But he says that if you need any upkeep on the Caden Shrine, that he would be willing to offer any of his knowledge or just anything really.
Okay.
Big or small. If you need us to go back and... No, this is out of character. I was going to say, if you need us to go back and bury those bodies that just came up...
No, that's...
You're on your own with that, Elias. I'm going to be sipping a few ale up there at the old tavern later.
That's actually really good thinking.
He's speaking for himself. He's not saying, like, he's not offering Dane to help him. He's not going to force Dane into anything else. One a day.
Okay. Well, normally there's no services required here, but I'm going to think about that for a second. But normally what you do is you can get divine healing magic here. Religious items, including +1 versions of favorite weapons of the various gods found here in the shrines. Like Gazra, you could get yourself a +1, whatever, not Gazra, +1 Caden. Is it longsword? No.
Rapier?
Yeah, that's it.
Yeah.
You might be able to get a +1 rapier here.
That's definitely something to look into, because I could use a little bit more help.
Yes. But there's no discount. They can't offer it. They have to make, they have to make their money somehow. But at the moment, there's no discount for that.
Elias also tells Vandy, like, I know this might be a lot to just kind of throw on to you all at once, so I'll let you think about it, and you can reach me either at the Rowdy Rockfish or Crow's Cask if you need any services. My primary concern is of the Gauntlet at the moment, but when I have some downtime, you will see me if you call upon me.
I appreciate that. We will ponder this. I'm sure we could find some work for you, and that would be of great use to us here at the Dawnflower. Yeah, I'm going to make a note of that myself. That's good thinking. And it was such good thinking, I'm going to give you a hero point for that. I know it feels funny to do that, but that really impressed me. I don't know why, but that impressed me. Give yourself a hero point for the good thinking. I like that.
Thank you.
And Dane, nothing for you. Bellafor?
Other than my eternal thanks.
Yeah.
We'll see how well that goes the next combat session.
Just hold on. We'll get back to you, Dane. we're gonna zip on over to Valafor. So yeah, they've invited you into this little circle here. From what you can tell, the gnome seems like a leader among them, and they are a mix of Gozra clerics and a couple druids. And they invite you to join them, partake in their little meal and storytelling, and maybe even, join them for some love of nature. So if you have any specific questions, give them to me now, and we'll go with that.
All right, so I will explain to him that I am with the adventurers that are trying to figure out what's going on with the gauntlet, and if there's
Okay.
anything that I can do to help you guys.
Let me make a roll to see if they know who the heck you're talking about. They look at you blankly. Heroes, you say? Gauntlet? You keep away from there. I don't know what you'd want to do there. Bad vibes. Bad vibes, man. Join our drum circle. Go ahead.
Sorry. That was excellent.
That was ridiculous. Come on. Go ahead, Jesse. Sorry. I broke immersion. Not really.
Well, you did mention to me before
I
that
did.
you knew something about adventurers.
Who? You or
This gnome
them?
guy. You. I don't know your name. I'm sorry. What is your name?
Oh, this guy's name, the gnome, his name is, I can't read my own writing. Oh, man. I just wrote it down. Werwolin? Hold on a second. Let me get it for you. And you can write this down, of course. You'd probably want to. His name... Whirlywind. Yeah, Whirlywind. Let me put it in the chat. On Foundry. Yeah, that's not working. Let me go over here. W-Y-N-N. Whirlywind. Caps lock was on. W-O-R-L-I-W-Y-N-N. Whirlywin. Pleasure to meet you, my friend. And that's the gnome.
I just saw the tree hugger. The Dane posted. All right, so do you guys have anything for sale here?
I'm not sure what you meant about not knowing the heroes. What did you mean? They don't know who you're talking about. You said to me. You said to me that. What did you say about that?
Well, earlier in the conversation before you went to the other characters, you did mention that he said he knew about some adventurers that were going to the gauntlet and trying to improve relations with the town.
Yeah, that last part I did, but I don't think I said something about adventurers. That other part, I'm losing my mind here. Whirlywin, he seems to be like a leader of this little group here. There's obviously more, but this is what is here currently. He's like a little leader of this little gathering. And according to him, I can't reveal everything. I'd rather this come out in a normal conversation, but you get the gist that he's been working with the people in town to provide better relations between the people in town and the gathering here at the Stone Circle of druids and stuff. Why?
Okay.
You don't know. You're not sure why, but there seems to be some kind of rift perhaps something happened in the past between this gathering here and the people of Otari, but they kind of keep to themselves. Although this whirlwind has kind of been trying to be a go-between, and mend bad tidings. You don't know exactly what happened. As far as the adventurers, they don't know who you're talking about, like heroes of Otari. They know of adventurers, but they don't know of the folks you're talking about.
Okay.
That's what that pertains to.
Well, if there's anything I can do to help you guys improve relations with Otari, I do have some connections that I might be able to help you with.
Okay, that would be great. Appreciated.
Oh,
And yeah, we'll leave it at that at the moment. And as you sit there, let me see what time it is here. We're going to take a break right after this little interaction. But before it gets any later, let me add another hour onto that. Yeah, is there? Yeah, they're good with that. If there are any other questions you have, let's just move back on.
okay.
All right, Zion. I gotta look
Yo.
up this. Let's see. Salt. Is that in the rule book? Equipment. You found a pound of salt. Zion. Everybody look for a pound of salt. Pound of salt. What are you thinking of, Zion? I don't
There's
know.
timeless salts, aurorifying salt, nighttime salt, and pearl salt water. There's no actual just salt.
Okay. Can't hear you, Zion. I can't hear you. You sound like you're too far from the mic or something.
Yeah. There's salt 1 pound in first edition, but I don't know about second edition.
All right, you basically want salts. I'll look this up later and see what I want to do with it. If you look it up in the Foundry, it might come up because they're using books beyond the core books, so you might find something from there. I'll have to look and see. But the 10 gold piece worth of blankets is something I'm going to double check the price on. If there's one for blanket, or I'll come up with something, and I'm going to figure out a roll to see if you can find that much. I think it would be around in the copper piece zone. Just for blankets. Any particular kind of blanket, or is it just...
Any blanket, sheets, whatever that's cloth.
That's a lot of freaking blankets.
Yes, and they're at a discount.
You might have trouble finding that many blankets.
That's why I said up to 10 gold.
There's no discount. Where would you get a discount from?
Oh, we don't have the mayor's thing? Oh,
No,
okay.
that never happened.
All right, then. Yeah. Well, I was going to pay it out of pocket anyway.
The mayor supports you guys, and well, you'll have to talk to him to see what he can offer. I mean, he is just the mayor. He's not like a business. Well, he is in a way, because he actually, well, you know what, we'll save that for role-playing. You guys can find out. All right, now we're going to take a break. Think about that, and we'll get right back into this and finish off the session. If you guys want to keep on with the town thing or move on to the gauntlet, whenever you're ready, you let me know. And I will look up the blanket thing and tell you what happens. All right, is that good? Trying to keep
Yeah.
Yes, sir.
Works for me.
trying to keep things moving along here. All right, so take a 5-10 minute break, and we'll all gather once again to finish this session off. So far, it's interesting. Lots being revealed.
Mhm.
Okay.
I know we've got a lot of knowledge gained.
Yeah. There's a lot going on there. Go ahead.
All right, I'll be right back.
Okay.
I did some basing on my Necrons today.
All right, hold on, Jesse. Let me go to the intermission. And we could take a short break. Folks, we will be right back. Hang in there. All right, folks, we're about to get started. Second round. Let's see what the players are up to. What are they discussing without me? I'm not sure. We're going to find out. Let me go over to Discord and see what's up. All right, folks, we're back. Oops, hold on. Can't have echoes going on. Everybody hear me okay?
Yep.
Yeah.
Can you guys hear me, players?
Yes.
Yes.
Uh-oh. Why do I hear nothing?
That's not good.
That was my eardrum, Fred.
Test.
Ah!
Why am I hearing nothing? Oh, I muted my desktop.
Yeah, I was gonna say something's
Let's
got to
pause
be muted.
for 5 seconds to remember my brain that is now deceased.
Brain rolled on that one critical fail for a wisdom
Moment of
save.
silence. All right, we're back. Anyway, go ahead and say hi so I can verify I can hear you.
Hello there.
Fantasticals. I had my laptop muted. Let's see what's going on here. Whoops, I shouldn't have done that. Okay. Sorry, folks. Let me get back to this. All right, we're going to pick up where we left off and see what's happening. First of all, Elias and Dane. You're still at the Dawnflower. You had this great performance. Loved it. The priests all loved it, clapped. It was wonderful. Wonderful performance. Done in a brilliant way. And of course, Elias got a hero point for that, because I enjoyed it so much. Not you, Dane. What do you guys do? Dane's going to quit and never play again.
Aw.
Perhaps we should go find the mayor. Seemed to have got what we came for here.
Okay, so you guys are going to head for the mayor?
Yeah, I think it's time we move on to our next thing.
All right.
I'm not dancing at the mayor's office. I'm not.
And on your way to the mayor's, you can meet up with Zion, who agreed to wait for you guys. And here he is with a big bag of salt under his arm. Not much in terms of blankets. He's got a few blankets he managed to pick up. Knock off 1 full silver piece to account for your salt, and 1 pound of salt. You can write that down on a piece of paper somewhere, because you don't need it on your character sheet. And I'll figure out the poundage of blankets. Not many. You're carrying them under your arm. Maybe a pound worth of blankets. A couple pounds of blankets. But not 10 gold pieces worth. Valafor, you're still waiting patiently, hanging out with the hippies of the Stone Pond Circle. I shouldn't say that. But yeah, you're still up there with them. Another hour has passed, and we are at a couple more hours, and it's going to be dark. What are you doing, Valafor? I know you're eager to get to the gauntlet. Your choices are simple. Hang out with the druids. Go back to town and look for your friends. Boldly head off on your own to the gauntlet. I'll need to
I'm
ask...
going to boldly head off. I'm going.
All right, you're heading off to the gauntlet? All right.
Yep.
Okay. You do so, and you got 2 hours, 20 to 30 minutes. You can make it in 20 minutes because you're all alone. You're in a rush anyway, so it's plenty of daylight by the time you get there. In the meantime, right around this time, the remainder of the group has gathered together and has found themselves in the outskirts of the mayor's manor, which is number 3. It's on the right, eastern part of the map, by the windmill and the Grand Flume, the Great Flume. And we'll pick up with you guys for the first half an hour, then we'll pick up with your missing friend, Bellafor. This is a mansion. It's a beautiful mansion. At least 3 stories high in some parts, shaped like a cross. If you look closely at the map, you'll notice that. There's a great gate and garden, not as grand as the temple, but it's well off. This, of course, is where the mayor of Otari lives. And it's a grand place. Servants are everywhere. You see at least a dozen of them out front, maintaining the shrubs, the flowers. As you get to the doorway and actually, it probably wouldn't be that loud. It'd probably be nice and dainty. It is a nice little place, after all. And you're greeted by another servant inside who welcomes you in. How may we help you? Come. And you come into this grand hall of an entryway, you, the 3 heroes. You don't recognize this particular servant, but you have seen the mayor with servants, especially when you had the meeting with Rin. You make yourself known. He says the mayor will be right with you, and he disappears off into one of the other rooms. Doesn't take long, a couple minutes, and all of a sudden here he comes. Here comes Osef himself. My friends, you are back so soon. Do you bring good news and success against the Godlight? He looks to you, Dane. Elias.
Well, we managed to defeat the creature that was blocking our path. We marched up to the top of the gauntlet itself, where
good.
we fought said creature again.
Good.
However, Mr. Mayor, there is a slight, very large problem.
This would be?
The center of the godlight itself. What we believe is the cause of the blue light. Seems to be at this point indestructible. I've hit it a few times with my sword. Zion over here, he's going to motion to Zion. Cast all forms of magic upon it. I think even Elias put in a few good rapier shots with it, but it wouldn't move. So we are in the process of trying to ascertain information from that, and I believe Elias had some questions for you.
That's interesting indeed. Foul magic, I think. He looks to you, Elias.
Side note. While we were walking up to the mayor's with Zion,
Yes.
we fill him in completely on everything that we found out at the library.
Thank you.
Except
Thank
for
you.
You're welcome. I'm like, he's not going to
Except for
come in
dancing.
unknowing. We give him full descriptive details based on our memories.
Not the dancing. Not
Not
the
the
dancing.
dancing.
We can throw it in there.
We'll just quickly say that the library will now be friendly towards us.
I danced for him, Zion. That's what happened.
All right. So, anyways, he's Elias wants to just mention to the mayor. We've actually just come from the library, and my intentions here is I actually come to ask you about Asefna, Menemes.
Wow.
We'll get this one day.
Yes,
I'm here to talk to you
yes.
about the cleric of the Rose Guard.
Ah, yes, my great-great-great-great-great-great-great-grandmother. Her, yes, of course. She's well known in town. What did you need to know? Not much is really known.
Do you have any family heirlooms from her that we could inspect? I heard that you have a museum too.
And then he immediately, his eyes widen open. He begins to describe how the west side, not the west side. Let me look at the map. One of the parts of the house, the opposite side of the house, the mansion, is actually a what you just said there, a museum. And people do come in and see some of the old artifacts that he has and he's collected over time, including, now that you mention it, a dagger that belonged to one of the Rose Guard.
Would you mind if we took a look at it and examined it?
Yes, yes, of course. I'll have one of my servants guide you through. But don't take too long. It's getting dark and the gauntlet calls. It beckons for sure. And they lead you into the side of the mansion that's unused. And all walking through this place, it is big inside, as you would imagine a mansion would be. There's some big hallways and big ceilings to this place, and it seems bigger than, would seem necessary for this mayor of Otari. But you do see plenty of servants, and you also see, just faintly, you do see some children also. And what looks like could be his wife, maybe? At one point in one of the upper stories, walking around in the steps, you do see somebody finely dressed, walking with a couple children. But yes, one of the servants leads you into the museum. Do you all follow into the museum? Zion? Dane?
Yes.
Okay. You all follow together into the museum, and it's a big section. It's a whole wing of this cross-shaped mansion. Imagine one of those wings, the four wings, as being dedicated to nothing but memorabilia, memories of the past. And the servant explains that these are items that have been collected throughout the years by the Menemese family, and the mayor has opened it up to the public to look at some of this stuff. And there's a lot of stuff. There's a big suit of armor on the one side, may belong to some hero in the family at one time. There's some books, some shelves with old books on them, tomes and scrolls. There's also some odd things like vases from the past and all kinds of stuff. Even some stuffed animals. But yes, if you're interested in Asefna, Menemese, there is a dagger that you can be directed to, and they'll show it to you. And it's behind this big glass casing. And the servant explains, this is an elderly gentleman, he explains, this belonged to Asefna herself, one of the Rose Guard. She'll help defeat those in the gauntlet, whoever it was, I can't remember. But this was her dagger. And you look through this glass and you see sitting on this little pillow, this kind of bejeweled and golden, a little bit of silver dagger with a curved blade, and it's about 12 inches long. And it looks beautiful. It looks immaculate, like it's been kept well preserved. And for something that's 500 years, that's quite an accomplishment. Maybe magic's involved, who knows? But it looks great. So there is that. So if you have any questions, or feel free to look around, you're welcome to do so. He instructs you.
What beautiful craftsmanship.
And if you'd like to make some rolls here for two things. You could make a society check. You might get bonuses to this because you're in a museum with somebody who knows stuff. You could make a society recall knowledge, or you could make a... What was the other one? Well, stick with society for now unless there's something specifically you want to try and recall knowledge on, or something that comes to mind. And we might use a different skill for that. But in general, you're going to use society for this. If you want to do that, make it a blind roll. And this is going to reflect what you might recall or come up with that he can help you with. And, you might learn something extra. So this goes for the three of you. And remember, any hero points can be used for blind rolls too. You just roll 2 dice and mark off a hero point. And I think everybody's got a hero point now, right? Including Valafor, who's currently lingering in level 1 by himself.
It's awful dark here.
Yeah, you're on the map. I got you over there, don't I? Let's see who rolled. Dan, Zion, Elias. Did you roll?
I did not roll, but I did have a question for the gentleman that led us here.
Okay, go for it.
What kind of cleric did this dagger belong to? Like, are there markings on the dagger? Like an image of Saren Ray, something like that. I'm assuming that's the primary god followed around here, or goddess.
Let me look real quick. Let me look real quick. See if I can. There it is. Let me see. All right, I won't challenge you as a player with this, but I will say that give me a religion check.
Okay. I wasn't sure if I could just ask the guy, but I'll roll religion to see
In
if I
this case,
recognize the dagger.
Nothing obvious at this point, unless you make this check. It's blind, and it's a religion check. To see if you
Okay.
pick up on any of the symbology throughout this museum, particularly regarding the blade. And with that roll, Erastil, you see the symbol of the bow and the arrow. The god Erastil, old Deadeye, well known to you. And I think you can actually look that up. I could actually show this to you. And I'm going to do that. You guys can learn about Erastil, especially you, Elias. And you do recognize that symbol in a couple places in the museum, specifically the blade. But also, go ahead.
Oh, go ahead.
No, you go ahead.
I just say out loud. I see there's she must have been a follower of Aristil. Very lawful, a lawful deity there.
Mm-hmm. And quite well known. So all you guys would recognize this to some extent, especially Elias. But it is on the blade. And so, yeah, she was obviously a worshiper of Erastil. Take that for what it's worth. Is there anything else? Oh, and you also see it on a couple other items. There was a piece of a shield that had this very same symbol on it that you also recognize. It was probably hers. You would think. You would assume. No one's really sure. Actually, you can ask the servant. He doesn't know, but most likely, yes. A lot of the heirlooms in here are from the family themselves. I think it was the great-granddaughter of Asefna. Her name was Maklani. And she was also very heroic in the family. You learn this as you go along speaking with the guy. But she was responsible. At one point, the town fell into disarray and ruin, and kobolds invaded and all this other stuff. But it was Maklani, great-granddaughter, or the granddaughter of Asefna. She was responsible for funding the rebuilding of Otari. And she was actually the one who started the lumber industry here. And Otari is a lumber town nowadays. In fact, it's the main lumber family is the Menemes. He's the head of it. He's the owner of the great wheel that churns outside behind the mansion. And it was her who actually come up with the idea of the Great Flume, where they were literally able to transport logs that were cut from the forests miles down to Otari. And that is what built Otari, essentially. Their industry became lumber because of that. So she was like a big hero as well in the family, Maklani. You find this out as you go through some of these old relics and stuff. Tools used in building the flume and all that was going on. And so you learn that. Maklani, M-A-K-L-A-N-N-I. Maklani, Menemes, the granddaughter of Asefna. So, yeah, you could see some of that stuff in here as well. But yeah.
Some fine relics. Dane, Zion, did you guys notice anything in walking around? Did you find anything?
Not really anything of note.
The two of you might as well be walking in the woods. There's nothing that stands out of the ordinary. It is, in fact, a big old museum. Maybe it's boring. You're not sure.
Elias is a little suspicious of the state of the dagger. Like, I'm lucky if my blades last a year. This one is in some pristine condition. I understand they'd want to keep it that way, being such a rare item.
Oh, yes,
Not-
yes, the servant overhears and interferes. He comes over and he says, yes, we keep that protected with magic. In fact, a lot of this area of the mansion is protected with magic. It would have to be. Unfortunately.
Who protects it with magic?
Well, you would have to speak with... I can't really say that. You'd have to speak with the mayor.
Okay. All right. Well, if the others are okay looking around, Elias is all set.
Dane's good and ready.
Zion just looks really, really bored.
Okay.
Dane shares that look with Zion.
If there's anything else you'd like to do before you head off, let me know now.
Before going, I'll ask one more question.
You will.
Yes. What's the story behind the dagger? Like, I'm assuming that there's all these objects in the room and the dagger's like the centerpiece.
Not really the centerpiece, but it's there. It's a prominent part of the history of the family that's shared
Okay.
with the members of Otari. But it was just the fact that it was, it was in the family. That's really the only connection we have with the Rose Guard.
So there's no other story.
No,
All right.
that's about it. She passed away.
How did she die?
Just like most of the survivors of the Rose Guard, after they defeated the one who shall not be mentioned, after that was defeated, they all pretty much just settled down here in Otari, and that was it. They lived their lives out in peace, and that's how Asefna eventually passed away. She died in 4290 AR, so if you want to do the math, here you go. You got the numbers to do with it. Yeah, that's what it said anyway. It seems like what happened is when they tracked down Belcora, fought her, defeated her 500 years ago, probably a little bit longer than that actually if you think about it, they pretty much just settled down. I think the loss of their friend Otari hit him pretty hard. And they named this town after him. They were really... That was their thing then. We did this. We lost our good friend. We're going to build this place up and make it mean something for Otari. And that was their focus. At least that's the impression you get. they didn't adventure after that. If they did, no tales are told of it. And they lived out their lives here. And the whole Menemese family, up to its present Osef, have been at the forefront of this town. And I did mention, this is the servant talking, I did mention how at one point, the town fell into ruin and kobolds invaded and took it over, essentially. But thanks to Makalani, who funded an expedition to drive them from the town and rebuild it, it is what it is today. And that was the granddaughter of Esfena. Sorry. So there's some history there. And some of the artifacts of the past in that history are found here, as well as, bits of the building, the flume, and other things. It is a museum open to the public. People could come in and see. So that's what you found out there.
All right, Dane, Zion, thanks for humoring me.
You're fine, but I believe Valafor said he was waiting outside the city for us. Perhaps we should go find him.
Yes, I think he's waited long enough.
You make your
He's
way
had
along the road and
full
head
day.
towards the woods.
I have to go drop off my salt first.
Okay.
But,
What do you know with salt, Zion?
well, you know how you get jerky? Salt.
Right.
Dry things
I am
out.
a fan of jerky.
Yeah, same premise kind of applies.
All right, well, let's drop it off there. You can lead.
I meet you there. It's no biggie.
All right. Then we'll meet him. We'll meet you there.
Zion nervously nods his head.
Do I catch this nervousness?
It's blatantly obvious.
You do.
Dane's gonna let it go for a moment. He's not gonna pick an argument in the mayor's office.
Okay. You can make your way out of the mayor's office and gather yourselves and plan your next move. Now, that's what I was going to do. I was going to look at my little clock here and see where we're at, because I'm going to add another hour. And yeah, it's dusk is setting in. You can wander your way back towards the west, where you know lies the Gauntlet. You did plan to meet your friend there. He's waiting somewhere near the edge of the wood, you surmise. And he's nowhere to be found. You pass by the stone circle pond. No one there. You don't see anything there. I don't know why I need to mention that, but there's nothing there. But yes, you see no sign of your friend. You currently have an option, several options. Head back to Otari and call it a night and look for Valafor there. You could think that maybe he might have went on into the woods to the Gauntlet himself. He was there himself originally. You don't know much about Valafor, really. He seems to be a very gung-ho individual. You don't know much about him. And thirdly, I don't know what that other option would be. That's up to you. What would the third option be? You decide. What would you like to do? Dusk has arrived.
Well, what sort of options do we have? I mean,
I just listed them.
this is all I see. Dane's gonna look to Elias and Zion. Could he have pressed onto the godlight by himself? I didn't remember seeing him on the road leading up here.
Yeah.
He didn't say anything prior, did he?
Not really.
Since, we're all here at breakfast.
Valafor, did you leave any message or sign or anything that for your friends?
Nope.
You
I just left.
Yeah. All right. Okay.
Elias,
Can I use survival to track footsteps to see if he's been there and what direction he's going?
Yes, you could. Let me see if we want to make that secret. I like secret rolls, but man, it must be frustrating for a player. You make a roll and you have no idea what it was. I don't know.
It's only if I make the roll and I fail it.
Mhm.
That's the only time it's frustrating.
None of this Zion with the sound effects. Womp, womp, womp. Oh, boy. None of that. None of that, Zion. I'm going to...
What was Dane gonna say?
Dane?
It's like we could try to look for his trail, or you and Zion could search back to the
I'm
Rowdy
almost
Rockfish, and I could
right
press
there.
on to the Godlight.
I have to turn right here. I have to go left this way, so I'm gonna drop off the solo and then.
All right, it shouldn't be too difficult to find tracks, but the question is, are they his? And that's what we're going to roll a check for. This is going to be, let me see if you have to be trained. Track is a trained action. You have to be trained to do this. If you are trained in survival, go ahead and make a survival check. As far as I know, he did not make an intention to cover his tracks, but this is just to see if you can pick them out. And they're relatively fresh, and what direction they're heading. Maybe that'll help you decide what you want to do next. Go ahead and make a blind survival check.
Dane, how good are you at finding people?
Very.
All right, you search in the direction of the Gauntlet, and Elias would honestly look in the opposite direction. So,
All right. I'll
Okay.
meet you in the middle.
Okay. Zion, you can make a roll too if you want, if you're trained in survival.
I am not.
All right. Dane, Elias, you both look in several different directions. You look off the side of the road, and you see you can definitely see where somebody, you're not sure who, it's through the grass, actually went towards the stone pond and then got onto the road there. Not sure it was him, but Dane and Elias, you agree with this. You can definitely see fresh prints that kind of reminds you of what footwear Valafor was wearing, and they're fresh. And you can see where he was walking around over here, so you can easy to identify them. But all of a sudden, they start walking towards the Gauntlet. It's clear to see. That's fresh, and they're his. You're both fairly
he wouldn't be
confident.
crazy enough to go on his own, would he, Dane?
Look at the tracks, Elias. He's crazy enough. Let's go.
Oh my God! All right, let's round up and find him before trouble finds him first.
Dane is just gonna let out a big yell. Zion, to the Godlight. Let's go.
Diane just keeps ignoring. Just doesn't stop. Maybe she didn't hear you, but she just keeps walking in the direction with the giant bag of salt in her hands.
Oh, I thought she dropped it off. Does she still have the salt?
I think so. Well, you make quick pace, about 20 minutes. You arrive within sight of the Gauntlet once again. There it is. There it beckons to you. Come deeper. No sign of your friend, Valafor. It's been about an hour now. You've been sitting on the outskirts of the entry point, making your way in. You get to where the drawbridge was that had fallen in, where you had first met your new companions. You sit there. You should be on the token now, correct? Correct? Valafor?
I don't see anything. My screen's black.
It should have lit up for you. You should be on the token of the torch. I just made it visible.
Nope, it's still dark.
All right, let me ping. Nope, that one don't want to ping. Let's ping here. See that ping?
Nope.
You gotta scroll down.
Let me see if I could. There you go.
All right.
I see Rachel's mouse.
Thanks, Dane.
Here, let's see if the torch can speak. Yeah, it does.
It speaks.
There it is.
Yeah. Thank you, by the way, Dane, because I didn't realize you had to scroll down either. All I saw was black too.
It speaks. All right, so there you currently are. You're not sure where your friends are, whether they're coming, whether they're even worth your time at this point. Seem to be lollygagging. And you're going to find out what's going on. What do you do in this short amount of time that you have before darkness? Well, let's
All right.
see.
Basically, what I picture Valifor doing is he's been here mapping out all the places we haven't been yet. Doors and things that we haven't been going through. Making
All right.
notes.
Give me an athletics check if you're going to try and leap across this expanse. DC is going to be 12. If you fail it, you fall in. Ah!
Private or
Make it public. This is a fail or success. It's pretty obvious. Nothing to hide there. Go ahead and roll that.
Woohoo!
Another 3-point flip in the air and a 3-point landing.
I wasted my 20.
Yeah, you make it across no problem. With silence as well. Let me take you over there. It's about a half an hour ahead of the other guys at this point. Darkness has set in at the moment. And why didn't it move? I thought I put you on the other side. Yeah, use the other. I'll put you on the other side. You have no problem getting across. And yeah, you could have a look around. Now, there's one thing about Foundry. We're going to go to metagame here. There's one thing about Foundry. It's an option I don't use because it tends to slow everyone's computer down. At least I've found in the past. And it's called exploration mode. And it's for every map that I have, I could make it, I think it's called exploration mode. And if I turn it on, what it does is everywhere you have been on the map will appear as a see-through gray fog. So it kind of shows you, the player, where you've been. All right? But it doesn't show you what that location looks like in real time. Just what it looked like the last time you saw it. So in a way, it's a way of finding your way around the map, especially big maps. It kind of simulates mapping. I turn it off because it tends to lag the machine because it's constantly, keeping more locations loaded in the memory for everybody. But it's a cool feature on Foundry. Just so you know, I have it off. And yeah, you could do some mapping here. If you're literally going to do some mapping, you got to have ink and parchment, right? And if you want to do that and say you're actually mapping it out, that's going to give you reference points for the future. That's kind of what I'm assuming you're doing anyway by putting notes on the actual map. So we'll assume that, if you want to do that, you can do that. And as you go about doing this in this L-shaped corridor, hallway, if you will, you do notice a lot of other doors that you have not been through. Especially to the right. You see a couple doors along the right wall that you've never been to. At least 2 of them, in fact. In fact, you haven't even been in this whole area except that one little portion before. But anyway, as you do this, I need everybody to make a blind perception roll. And if you're a whisper elf, remember, you get a bonus to this. It's probably already built into your roll. But go ahead and blind perception rolls. Dane, Elias, you've made your way up to the drawbridge. Once again, it's dark. One of you's lit up a torch. The ever-burning torch, I believe, one of you has. You can light that if you so choose.
I do.
You just have to unwrap it. You don't actually use flint and steel. Boom, there it is. And there you stand, and you see this expanse that once again you're going to have to make your way across, and hopefully nobody falls in the drink. Be careful. Of course, Farley isn't here, so I don't think you have to worry about that. You do hear noise on the far side. Balafor, you as well pick up on noises coming from behind you. You kind of think somebody's watching you from where you came from. Dane, what do you do? As you guys encounter one another. I don't know why.
Is that you over there?
Hey!
Like there's any
Hey.
doubt. Yeah, you guys meet and help each other across. And hey, we're back again.
Hey, I'm over here.
How you doing, bud? How you doing? You found any trouble over there?
Not yet. Found some doors,
We found
though.
a wealth of information. We'll
Okay.
talk about that here in a moment.
All right, so
All right.
where is this meeting happening? I'm assuming, I don't know why this isn't loading for me on the one computer, but it is on the other. We'll assume you're right here in front of the Kobold Tornado. Right in front of that
Works
chamber
right.
right there. You've all gathered, you've come together, hugs are shared, stories are told. It's then, Dane, that you notice it. From the shadows on the right, the east, you see movement, but it's more than just movement. You hear cackling, voices, perhaps on the other side of those doors. Balafor, you also look in the direction, all of a sudden, both you and Dane. You sense something to the right, and I'll ping where I'm talking about on the map. Right around here, this direction, okay? You'll see there's a wall there and steps and stuff that lead to nowhere. But there's a door somewhere along that wall. It's beyond that point that you hear sounds, and you swear you saw movement in the shadows over in that direction as well. There's lots of ruins and debris and rocks and stuff. Something could be hiding. Elias, memories of Ronaldo come to mind. Could it be? You think briefly to yourself.
Has our friend come visiting us again?
Dane has pulled his sword out by this point.
Shing.
As does Velafor. 2 hands on it.
Shling. That's a bigger one. Yeah.
Oh. Well, up until the point where before Valifor takes his sword out, Elias goes, all right, the person with the shortest sword has to go investigate. And then he realizes he's the one with the shortest sword, so he stops halfway through his sentence.
I will investigate
never
for you,
mind.
Elias. Don't worry.
That's funny.
Plus, I have the torch, so me doing the investigation just seems natural.
Cast light on my
All right,
shield
well,
for like more area illuminated.
You casting light
Well-
on your shield?
Yeah.
All right. The room is really brightly lit.
we'll be right behind you, Dane.
Dane, you have the ever-burning torch as well.
I'm right next to you, Dane.
All right. So let me get this right. Dane is in the lead. Are we side by side or one behind the other?
Side by side next to Dane. I will be.
Okay, I'll put you on the right. We'll put Val. And then we've got behind Dane or Val. Where are you, Elias?
I'll be behind Dane.
All right. And Zion, I'm going to assume you're behind Val. So 2x4. Okay, you can easily do that. And you're right about where I've moved the token at this point. You're right at the base of these steps, and you can see there's a wall there. There's a set of steps that goes onto this little platform, just as you see. And the platform itself is only solid, really, at the top of the steps. To either side, it's obviously fallen in, covered with ceiling debris that has also fallen in. However, about 10 feet away, if you get to the top, why is this not allowing me to move tokens? Let me try using the directional. Oh, there it is. Right about there, if you look to the south, about 10 feet away, there is a door, or a portal to a door. You'd have to move over the debris, which you can do. I can move you down here. It's a little slow going. Let me put you down here. You can see that portal clearer. All right, it's not going to work. Let me use the other computer. Right about there, you can see within that little niche is a door. Can you see that?
Oh, yeah.
Right to the east, right in front of you, about 5-10 feet away. That's where you see a door. You could clamber over the debris and get to it. It's, you know, it's not a crushed door, but you have to kind of get over the debris to get at it. There is that. Valifor, you also remember another door. I'll ping that. Off in the blackness, you'll see up in that direction, there was another door.
It's possible we might want to go through the other door. They might think we're coming through this door. If there is creatures on the other side, they're waiting for us.
Yeah, you
Think it leads to the same room?
Why not
Maybe.
go through both doors?
Yeah, I could go to the other door. Go through at the same time you go through this door.
Elias, Zion, does anyone want to volunteer to go to breach the other door with Valifor?
I think it's a good idea to leave the other.
It's hard to hear you, Zion. I can't hear you.
I think it's a good idea. I think we should just go through one door.
True, but if we drive the enemy, if I go through this door, they could push the enemy out the other door.
You're relying on a chance that the two rooms are connected. This is a magical lighthouse. There are literally blood women who suck other people's blood out to kill them. The fact that two doors are connected to the same room would be a miracle. I think it's just safe to just kick down this door and see what's inside. There might not even be enemies in there.
All right.
Elias, Valifor?
Valifor just reaches over and kicks the door in.
Dame will look to Valifor. I have a crowbar. Me and Elias have been through this.
I like to break things.
Well, sometimes the door's too hard, it breaks you.
I mean, he was
D-
rubbing
don't-
his shoulder for a week after that.
Still some
He just
emotional
bounces off.
scarring. I can't believe I couldn't break that door open. Alright, so you go ahead and just kick the door down? Or attempt to?
Attempt to kick the door down.
All right, it looks
Well,
like
Elias has no time to react and you just do it.
okay. It looks like a pretty solid door. You rush the door. Go ahead and make an athletics check as you throw your shoulder right into this door.
Accidentally rolled private.
It's okay. And while you do that, Go ahead and roll a perception check, too. Blind. Balafor. I'll reveal your roll for the door. Plus 10. Wow. Balafor,
Yeah, I'm
perception, if you
Expert.
can. Perception. Okay, there we go. And that should have been private, not public, so roll it again. Yeah. Before you click something, hold the shift, and that little blue box will pop up and allow you to actually change your roll type. All right, there you go. Right before you make contact and lay into this, you hear voices on the other side of this, and it sounds like something you've never heard before. Let me take a quick look at your languages. Let's see. No, you've never heard this before. Yeah,
Well,
there's
it's not Orcish.
no. The rest of you don't hear this either. There's too much of a crash going on. This was something Valafor just managed to hear as the door caves under his weight. And let's open this baby up. There before you. That's why I couldn't see the damn journal note. Let me open it up so I can read it to you. Almost the entire ceiling of this chamber has collapsed. I'll move you forward in a second. While below, the floor has crumbled into a 10-foot deep sinkhole, filled with rubble, mud, and glistening patches of what looks like fungus. Fungus indeed. Evidence of ancient damage, burn scars, and acid scorch marks decorate the walls and much of the rubble themselves. Might call for investigation. Let me move you in a little bit. Come on. No, it's not going to work on this laptop. I can't move anything. Got to use my other one. Let's move you right here. However, with that in mind, you love it when I say however. Just when you think you had the puzzle solved.
All of a sudden.
Yes, all of a sudden. That's the word. Let's see, how many players do we have tonight? We have 4. Okay, well that means we're going to have some little blue creatures. They seem to be rolling about in what looks like a sinkhole of sorts. And you can see these guys. There's one. There's one over here. Can you guys see them?
Yep.
There's another one right next to him.
Yeah.
These nasty little blue creatures. They look like goblins in a way. Whoever's encountered these before earlier, I think both Elias and Dane have encountered these little creatures. You saw them earlier.
I have to.
Yeah, they're like little gremlin-like creatures. Only Zion has not seen these little beings before. And it looks like they're fighting and rolling around, fighting over fungus. By the gods, what creatures are these? And you should be
The
about...
door closes.
Yeah, it's this freaking laptop I'm on here. It's my main laptop. I can't use it now. It won't let me move tokens. So let me use the other one. There you are. This is right where you get, as a group, before we roll initiative. Ah, man, oh man, what a life. What happens if I use a control V? Nope. I copied your characters before and it didn't remember that I copied them. Alright, so I'm going to drag you guys on the map. Change your combat status. I'll unpause the game. And you roll initiative. Alright, so first up, entering the room, we have Dane. Well, which one of you guys was in front of the other? Doesn't really matter. Dane and Val. Val, you were
We were
first.
pretty well neck and neck there.
Well, he was first.
Yeah,
He
we're
bashed the
pretty
door.
much right there.
You bashed the door, so I'm going to put you in front.
All right.
Makes sense. And Dane is right behind you. You'll both be in the room. I put Dane over here. I'm going to put you here, Dane. And Bellafor, you're going to be next to him. You guys are standing right in front of the doorway like that. Let me move this torch out of the way. And
Oh, yeah, give Dane the torch, too.
Yeah, because I can't see nothing.
He has the ever burning.
I have light spell on my shield, so.
Oh, yeah, so you get some sort of light, too.
all right, and then we've got who's next? Elias, gonna bring you up next. You'll be behind Valafor in the doorway, right there. I think, yeah, right there. And I'm gonna put Zion hanging back in the doorway, right in the mirror like that. Does that look good?
Good to me.
Okay. And Zion, you've also got light, correct?
Yeah, is there any way I can, like, drag it on?
I'll just give you a torch effect.
Alright, thank you.
Alright, so there's lots of light going all over the place. And now, I'm going to put everybody in the combat tracker. Give me a second here as I select everybody. Let's see. Okay. Yeah. Who's missing? Elias. I don't know. You should be able to put yourself in the combat now. Elias and Zion. I'm not sure.
Yeah, I see it.
As long as there's a combat.
Dane's in there twice.
And I'm not in there.
Yeah, Dane is in there twice. What did I do wrong?
I'm a clone, guys!
Instead of me.
Oh no.
We could use another.
There's two Danes. How did that happen?
We're really going to
Doppelganger.
dominate now.
Alright, let me. Zion, are you in there? No, I'll put you in.
No.
Okay, there you go. It should put you in. Let's see. I've got Dane. Everybody go ahead and roll that big dice. You're using perception, so the default is perception. So go ahead and roll that big dice in the combat tracker. Just right click on it. And I don't see Zion. 1, 2, 3, 1, 2.
That's 'cause I'm not in it.
4.
Oh, there's two Danes.
Got to get rid of that extra Dane.
Yeah.
I know. Just go ahead and kill me off now. I'm ready. Let's go.
Yeah, I
Do you-
think if you can go to your character sheet and click on the initiative, and because that's what I did, and it auto put me in there.
Did it?
Yeah, because I wasn't in there before until I clicked it.
Excellent.
I heard that.
I heard it too.
Zion, it's a good thing you didn't help us breach.
Yeah.
I can see right away I don't have my mod to roll for initiative for the monsters once. So it's rolling for each one individually. That's okay. Zion, you're in there too? Okay. Everybody's in there. We're all good. Nope, wait a minute. I gotta start the combat. Hold on, I gotta click begin encounter. That'll put everybody in order. It's gonna start off with self-indulgent. Mutters in some strange language. Does anyone speak Undercommon?
I do.
You understand this as Undercommon. They're speaking to themselves. Intruders, they're back! Kill them all! And a battle commences. This one right here, he begins to move towards you. Valifor. How did Dane get over there? What's he doing over there? Did he move?
I did not move anything.
Yeah, well, you're back again. I don't know what happened there. I don't know what happened.
There, back again. A Hobbit's Tale by Bilbo Baggins.
Yeah.
Well, that was a short adventure. That's all. Oh, crap. I can't. I'm in initiative.
Close. Where's the... Alright, so this one right here. He's going to move 5, 10. No, he didn't actually move. Alright, let me do it manually over here. He's going to move up to this position right here. You can't use an attack of opportunity, Dane, because he didn't move out of that square. Same with you.
I was watching that.
You were. I reminded you. And everything's super bright. But yeah, makes a move action forward. And he's going to attack. Hold on. I gotta move my little display down here because I'm using the other laptop, sadly. And let's roll his attack. He's attacking with a short sword, a rusty-looking thing, a nasty blade attacking you, Valifor, since you seem to be the least armored. At least you don't have a shield. And it gets a 15. What is your armor class?
19.
19. It misses. And again, it strikes with a scream and a howl. It comes at you once more. And it misses miserably. Next, that ends his turn. Next. I think it's you, Dan. Yes, it is. You see these little creatures. They seem to be fighting over fungus or some darn thing, but they noticed you guys break through that door, and they look unhappy, and they come flying at you. The one, anyway, is right next to you. He's within reach. He's attacking your friend Valifor. What do you do?
Take 1 5-foot step forward. And I'm going to attack.
All right, which one?
The one that's by me and Valifor.
Okay, go ahead.
24.
24 will hit. That is... normal damage.
11 damage.
Okay. I'm going to refresh this. All right, 11 damage. That is enough. You just decimate this creature. Describe how you mangle its poor little blue body.
Well, as it moves up to strike at Valivor's armor, you see Dane, Valifor, just sort of spin around you and just hook this creature with a backswing, almost cleaving it in two. Now that that's done, let's get the others.
Next.
So, quick comment. Elias is just going to quickly shout out, where was this energy hours ago?
There wasn't a battle going on then, Elias. I was just dancing to crap. I just said I was... I see what you did there, Elias. That's it. You're buying the ale.
Regardless, good job.
Thank you. I appreciate it. But these little things are small. They're easy to hit.
All right, your next attack.
Can I intimidate one of them?
You could.
Oh.
Like, make one of them run away?
Mm-hmm.
A demoralize action, I believe.
Yep. against their will DC. Go ahead and make a intimidation roll.
Intimidation, right?
Mm-hmm.
That ain't gonna do it.
All right, you just squandered an action. You sit there and you scream and holler and make all kinds of threats in a language it probably doesn't understand. And that's that. So you have no actions left. Next.
No actions left.
You do have that reactive shield. All right, next up.
I'll make a 10-foot step to here. And I will attack the one below me.
Are you
with
next?
a regular attack. Yep.
Oh, yeah, I see where you are. That's you. That's a stride, not a step.
I hit armor class 19.
19 definitely hits. That is... let me see if that's going to be a critical so you know what to roll. Let's see, I can't... Oh, I see what's wrong here. You know what I really don't like about Foundry? There's one thing. You got to remember to click on the token controls icon. If you forget to do that because you were measuring or you were messing around with the carousel or lighting or whatever in the case of the GM, nothing selects. You can click forever on a token and it won't select. And you're sitting here wondering for the longest time, why ain't that selecting? Is it lag? I just sat here for 5 minutes trying to click this damn thing. And I wasn't on tool selection or token selection or whatever the hell it is. I don't know. Yeah, you got a normal hit. Did you hear me?
Roll damage. I wasn't listening. Regular.
Yes, normal damage. Describe how you cut this
16.
poor little guy in two. I just described it for you.
My giant heavy sword barely feels the blow as it just decapitates the little blue guy.
Is that the one? Did I remove the right
Yep.
one? Okay. You
You did.
slew him. Cut him right in half. Or decapitated him. So that's that. Next.
And for my second attack, I will attack the one at a diagonal there, the Manic 2.
Okay. Ooh.
I hit 17.
Wow. Yeah, you got a hit. Just managed to catch him. Roll damage, normal.
$13 points of damage.
And you slay another one. Describe this double kill. Yeah.
Well, on the backswing of the attack that killed the other one,
Mhm.
comes around in a big sweeping attack and just takes its head off too. It's like a big whirlwind, taking heads.
Fantasticals. All right, let me do something here, folks that are watching on YouTube. If anybody's watching, I'm going to change up something here on the screen. So hopefully it'll fix my situation with the laptop that I'm usually playing with tonight. But I can't, so I'm using my backup. All right, let's get back to this. Okay, now you're done. Okay, who's
Yep.
left? Old Squeaky here. Okay, he's right in range with Dane. There's no escape for this one. They've all been cut down by these warriors. Let's see. What could I do with this little guy? There's one thing
Can
I
always
want.
make him tuck and run.
Yeah, maybe.
If it was you or I, we'd be out of here.
Maybe.
No joke.
Maybe. But maybe things are happening so fast he doesn't realize it.
True.
Huh. He's the last one. All right. I want to do something with him. No, actually, it's a really bad idea to do what I was thinking. So he's just gonna.
Dane would have cut him down for sure.
Yeah.
If he moved.
Actually got him locked down now. If he moves out of my reach, I get an
Oh,
extra attack.
It's
But he
You get
doesn't know that.
Attack of opportunity.
it's a free action on anyone's turn to speak, right?
Depends on what you're trying to speak. A little sentence, yeah, you can do that once. Depends on what you're trying to say. Normally in your turn, it's a free action. If you want to use a reaction,
Yeah.
you can do it to talk.
Could I do that then?
And there goes your reaction.
All right. In Undercommon, I'll say, surrender now and we'll spare your life.
Doesn't seem to acknowledge you at all. It has its sword out, and in defense, to preserve its life, it swings at you, Dane. $21.
Reactive shield. So that is, well, actually still a hit, so ignore that.
No, it was reaction. You took a chance. I shouldn't have told you what I rolled. All right, so you used your reaction for that, and it didn't work.
Yeah. Nope,
But
didn't work.
the attack goes
Close.
through. Yeah, the attack goes through. And you're going to take one point of piercing damage as he stabs you with your shield exposing your torso once again. It stabs you. You take one little point, a mere cut. And it does it so again.
Dane just looked furious at that 1 point of damage.
23.
Scratch the
That'll hit.
Okay, is that normal damage? I assume so.
Yeah. My AC right now is 21, so yeah, normal.
Okay, 4 points of piercing damage. And with its final action, it begins to bolt. Do you have your reaction? No.
No, I just used my reaction to raise shield.
5, 10 feet. Darn it, can't get any further. It takes an action to open the door. Curses! It stops at the door as it begins to reach for it, making a dash. Actually, this is difficult ground in here. That would be 5, 10, 15, 20 feet he moved. Yeah, he's still good. Yeah, so he's done. So he managed to survive. Less. Madness. This place is obviously devoid of Caden's graces. We must all drink and
Take him out at
feast.
the knee.
After seeing Dane take a few hits, gonna just step over here and use lay on hands.
Okay, 6 hit points of goodness coming your way thanks to Caden and Elias.
Finally, after how many sessions, it finally happened.
I told you I'd help you out. It just took me a little bit to get there.
High five.
Shield 5. I take out my shield as my last action. And that's it.
Okay. All right, so you're done. It comes to Zion. You're up next, my friend. You're at the doorway. You hear all these screams. You barely see the creatures running about, but what do? Actually, when you enter the room, you don't really see any of the creatures. You haven't seen them yet. Remember, they're all in this pit.
Then I guess I'll step into the.
Okay, 5 feet. You're now looking over the edge. You see your friends down in this pit. Bodies everywhere. They're screaming war cries.
That's all I can do. Wait, no, I can take another action.
You get 3 actions. All right, you're adjacent to that little guy.
I don't. Yeah, no, I can't hit him or do anything, so I just have wasted action. So I guess I'll shield raise.
Okay. Raise shield. Click that little macro to raise your shield. I don't have access to any of my macros. There it is. You could drag that onto your token.
Tried, but it didn't work.
All right, let me do it. Maybe only I can do that. Did it work? I don't know. Let me try again. Let's see, did it boost your armor class? Well, you're going to give yourself a +2 if it's an actual shield, +1 if it's the spell. I think it's an actual shield, right? With the glow on it. Yeah, so there you go. So you're going to get a +2 on that. Just write that down. Remember that. +2 to armor class. Don't have access to my macros at the moment. All right, next. Oh. Okay, we're back around to the next turn. We've got Dane once again. To continue this combat, there's 1 left, Dane. You've been successful so far. You're cutting them down left and right. What do you do? You're in this pit. It's difficult grounds. Every 5 feet costs an extra 5. Keep that in mind, as long as you're in this little pit area where something seems to have collapsed.
Move up to there, and it's within my reach there, right?
Yeah.
Okay.
Ooh. Yeah, you could hit him. I think the way it's drawn in the map is a little bit not what it is. It's more like a slope sinking in rather than a hard edge, like a little cliff thing there.
Oh, okay. So it's just a gradual slope down then.
Yeah. So you're perfect there.
And I'm going to do something wholly original here, something that's never been done before. I'm going to try to grapple this thing.
Okay. Put that in the chat so I can remember how that works, and then make your roll.
That's an action, grapple action.
Under athletics, correct? Yes.
Pretty sure, yeah.
Oh boy. Athletics. Grapple, 1 action. It's considered an attack. You have at least 1 hand free, which you don't have. You're going to have to drop a shield or sword.
That's fine. I can drop shield.
Okay, it's free. Shield is gone. Okay, it's just a little guy. You attempt to grab the creature or other object with your free hand. Attempt an athletics check against the target's fortitude DC. So go ahead and do that. Athletics check. This counts as an attack. Athletics. Okay, you got a 10. Alright, he's gonna... You have to go against his fortitude DC? Is that what it said?
What is that?
Oh, you don't know. It's 10 plus whatever his bonus is. And... Okay, and you got a 10.
Yeah.
You do not manage to get the little guy. He manages to slip under your grasp. Just out of reach.
Well, got 1 more action, so we're going to give that another try.
Alright. Multi-attack penalty applies. This would be -5. Darn it!
-5.
You caught him! Alright, you got him. He's
Come here, you little wriggly thing.
The target is grappled until the end of your next turn, unless you move or your target escapes. So let's give him the condition of grabbed. So you got him. You got him. That's going to end your turn, I believe, right?
Yep.
Okay. Grabbed. All right, I think we're going to start the new round. I think it's safe to say that you've got a good enough grab on him that we can end the combat. I will make his check, though.
Okay.
See if he breaks 3. So at this point, Dane, you've got a hold of this little creature. He's struggling. You got a sword in one hand, you got him in the other. He's just a little guy. He's like maybe a little over 2 foot in size. He looks a lot like a goblin, but it's something about it. He doesn't seem like a goblin. He looks like it, but he's not. For one thing, he's blue. And Zion, right in front of you, this is happening. Valafor and Elias, the battle is shifted to the left there near this door. You could see Dane holding a sword above this little creature. He's got him kind of pinned to the ground in a nice hold. It's squirming. Zion is looking down on this scene. What do you guys want to do now? You've got him subdued.
I'll pull out some rope in my backpack and tie him up while Dane holds him.
Yep. Thank you, Zion. This little thing's wriggly.
Do I need to make like a check or something? Or is it just assumed?
You're going to make a check.
Alright, what kind?
It's going to be, do you remember, Jesse? Is it acrobatics, athletics? What is it to tie something?
I think it was acrobatics.
Oh, go ahead and make an acrobatics. Balance, tumble through, maneuver, flight, squeeze. That doesn't even make sense, though.
13.
I don't remember how it works. All right, you got a 13. All right, you're going to tie him up with ropes. So he's pretty well secured. DC 13 to escape. We'll see how that works. But yeah, you've got him controlled and subdued. All is good. Get this off the screen. And my laptop seems to be working now. That's good. Elias, what are you doing?
Watching.
Yeah. These guys are doing all the work. They finished them off quick. Yeah.
I'm here if you need. I'm here if you need any help. But it looks like you've got things under control.
Speak for yourself. This thing's pretty wriggly.
Hey, Dane.
Yo.
Can you let me handle the interrogation? I got something I really want to try.
You speak the language, but not gonna here to cause harm. We're not the enemy.
How light is the whatever the hell that thing is?
The little creature?
Yeah,
What are you trying to do?
pick him up.
You can pick him up.
All right, I'd like to pick him up and just kind of throw him into the corner over here.
That poor little guy. He's like a little doll.
Yep.
You guys are terrible.
Can
He's so
Dane try
tall.
to intervene to catch him in any way, or?
Nope, just let him slam against.
I was thinking more like ask him what's behind the doors.
Yeah, no, we will. We're getting there. But first, you have to scare them.
All right, so Zion
I think he's scared.
Zion reaches down to grab the creature. Watch this. Dane, do you intervene? You can. You're right next to him.
I will.
All right, go ahead and what do you want to do? Grab his shoulder? You don't have to get violent here, but
As soon as he goes to throw him, Dane will step up and sort of, not necessarily by force, but block the way of Zion.
all right, go ahead
And
and
he
make
will look down and giving an intimidating glare. I said no harm.
Okay.
Fine. Then I'll walk over to the corner and just place him down.
Okay. Okay.
Maybe the enemy, but that doesn't mean you have to be brutal.
Well, not to him at least. I tell Dane to keep an eye on him, and I'll walk over to another one of the blue goblin's corpses. At least that's what I'm gonna refer to them as.
Okay, you can do that. There's 3 others.
All right. Tossing the shield on my back and grabbing the ritual dagger, I place the body next to the blue goblin and just cut open its gut and just start like going at it and just start pulling out hearts and organs and livers
Okay.
and placing them next to him.
All right. And how do you guys react to this, especially you, Elias?
He's mortified. Do I recognize that are they human, not human? Like, what do they belong to?
Recall knowledge, nature. Go ahead and do that.
Let's hope I pass this, guys.
Blind check, blind check.
All right, let me get my things set to blind.
You'd never seen these things ever in your life. No clue.
They don't look.
Nope.
Well, I just shout out, "Oh my, Caden, what is that?"
Yeah.
Blue Goblin. Anyways, I'm almost done.
Dane will pick up his shield and enter a combat stance as he sees Zion brutalizing the fallen.
So I
I'm trying not to
open my
vomit.
backpack again and I pull out an empty vial. I then, with my hand, start squeezing the organs and watching the blood fall into the vial. With my dagger, I grab the Blue Goblin's hand and cut it open and drain his blood into the vial. I then stir it up with the dagger and toss it into a syringe.
Is this absolutely necessary, Zion?
Absolutely. I would then like to use the demoralize action to make him fearful of me.
Okay.
Oh, wait, shit. I forgot to ask if it's public or not. Oh, well.
Let me see what you rolled. Okay. You got a 19 on that. Let me go over here to intimidation or demoralize. Useful in combat. Yeah, it's pretty much a combat thing. The target becomes frightened 1 in this case, which is what'll happen. Yeah, so it's just now frightened. So there is that. Are you trying to achieve something with this besides just a combat
the
benefit?
Absolute shit out of him. I want him to be frightened of me.
Okay.
Valifor's checking the bodies to see if there's any coins, bags, or anything on their corpses.
This poor little guy, he's flat-footed, frightened, he's on the ground, he's tied up, he's grabbed. Terrible.
So no one knows what I'm saying in Undercommon. So I can basically say whatever I want. In my alignment, of course.
You don't know exactly what the others speak. You assume.
No, I'm
don't
just
know,
gonna
but-
assume, because I'm a bigot.
Okay. There you've got that. What do you say to him?
Speak. Now. Tell me everything I want to know.
All right. While you're doing that, what did you say you were doing, Valifor?
I'm checking the bodies of the dead ones, seeing if there's any pouches full of coins or anything.
Okay. Let me look and see. You see a lot of mushrooms. They got little bags on them. They were obviously collecting mushrooms, and there's a couple little grubs inside these little packs. I guess that's what they were fighting over. That's about it. No coins or anything. They do have their weapons, little short swords.
Can I identify the mushrooms with a nature check?
Yeah, go ahead and roll nature.
I should have secretly rolled that. Or I did. Okay, we're good.
Yeah, they look just like perfect mushrooms you've seen many times. The forests, the underbrush, moist places, and also that grow on dead things. Do you consume? Nah, they look like just normal mushrooms to you. Nothing stands out as, oh my gosh, this is the death cap, or anything like that.
I'm also going to take a listen at the door that's closest to me, see if I hear anything.
All right. Yep. which one is that? You're.
See my token?
Oh yeah, right here in front of you. There's these double doors here, and they're shut. And if you want to listen carefully, there's a little bit of noise in the background. Everyone's going to have to be a little quiet, preferably, but go ahead and make a perception check, secret. While you turn around and tell everybody, shh. Go ahead and make a perception roll, blind. Sounds all clear. You don't hear anything on the other side. Although you do hear Zion behind you, speaking in some strange language. Certainly nothing you've heard before. Elias, you're sitting in the middle of this pit in absolute bewilderment. What just happened? You're surrounded by these bodies, these poor little creatures. Zion's getting profane with some weird language over in the far corner, beating up on that one, still alive. Dane is not sure what he's doing here yet in life. He's pondering things with the torch in his hand. What are you doing, Dane? Oh, I'm sorry. What are you guys doing? You got some double doors near Valafor that you haven't passed through. Doesn't seem to be anything on the other side. Doesn't hear anything. Dane, there's a door right next to you where you wrestled this little creature down.
Dane isn't moving. He's watching over Valvor to make sure he doesn't hurt the little blue feller.
Yeah, I was just thinking the same thing.
Elias,
Dane is in a combat stance, by the way.
Elias, since you're down
Oh,
there
go
in
ahead.
the pit, Elias, go ahead and I'll assume you're poking around the rubble down there in the bottom. Go ahead and make a blind perception roll. See if anything happens or notices, or you fall through a little hole, trap. Shh.
Did I roll?
Yeah, I got it.
Okay, good.
You spy what looks like a buried spiral staircase leading downwards underneath the rubble where you stand. Take
Like,
a
is
look.
it
It'll take
is
a.
it like an?
Go ahead.
Go ahead. Sorry.
If it's pretty much buried, it's going to take a lot of time and effort, days even, to uncover it from all this rubble that's fallen in. But you definitely see there was once a staircase right around where we're standing that was going downward. This is obviously something that caved in a long time ago. If anyone would like, this includes you, Elias, since you're the only one really investigating, but Valafor as well. If you want, go ahead and make a recall knowledge check using any skill associated with magic. Occult, primal, arcane, divine.
You mean like a religion?
Yeah, it would be religion, sorry. That's associated with divine magic. Primal, I think, is nature. You could use a nature check for primal. Valafor. It looks, this whole area, this sinkhole, you're convinced that something fell from the sky and slammed into this. It's like something, it looks like a crater, like something hit this and hit it hard. like something from the outside. And judging from the falling of the roof above, yeah, then something smashed into this, like a meteor or something. Elias, you're not sure what to make of it. As I said before, you see all the markings of fire. There was something happened big in here. Some type of big explosion.
Almost looks like a catapult might have shot something in here.
Nah, this
Like it was
looks...
under.
In your mind, something even far worse. This was a meteor, man. This was something from the gods themselves, descending from the sky, and punched a hole right here into reality. That's what it looks like to you.
Could I make a warfare lore check
You certainly
on
could.
that?
Go ahead.
Blind?
Blind. Recall knowledge, warfare lore. And to your keen mind, when it comes to battles and that such, this doesn't look like anything natural caused this collapse in the floor. Doesn't look like it was from a catapult or some type of anything natural. This looks like something maybe magical. Something caused this to collapse in like that. Magical. Valafor, are you revealing your information that I gave you?
Yeah, from what I could tell, from what I've looked at, this has something to do with like a meteor or something that came from the heavens and crashed through this building, almost like by the gods.
Indeed, no mortal weapon caused this cave-in. Balfour, where are you from? You seem to be a learned soldier like myself.
Well, that's for another day.
Oh yes, soldiers can be stubborn about talking about the past.
Keeping an air of mystery. Okay.
Oh, there's plenty about me you don't know yet, Elias, either.
Right back at you, but let's focus on the gauntlet first.
All right, we'll put you back in your marching order. Do you want to go to the north door or the south door or go back from whence you came? And what do you want to do with the little gremlin-like creature?
Dane would like to cut him loose and let him go.
I say we
Elias
kill
is
it.
with that.
It's going to alert the dungeon if we let it go.
Well, he saw what you guys did to the others. Take that as a warning. Get out of here, or you'll have to face the group again.
Or we could just leave him tied up.
Elias is 100% against that. 150% against keeping him tied up.
Dane would look to Elias. What was the first rule of warfare you learned?
Take no prisoners.
Trust no one.
First rule I learned.
And I
once
have
you've
done the
beaten
exact
them-
opposite of that.
Same on that, Elias. But once you've beaten them, and this thing is no longer a threat, we've taken his weapon. What more can he do? He brings 4 or 5 more down. All right, we cut them in half too and move on. They're certainly not a match for our strength. Let him go. Or perhaps, Zion, you could tell him to warn the others to vacate to a different part of the gauntlet, or to leave the gauntlet entirely. Turn to the fog fan.
And before we go any further with that, let me get back to Zion. You were actually, were you questioning him, or what? I don't remember what you were saying. Or were you just threatening him? What were you doing there? in
I
Undercover?
was, well, both actually.
Okay, what
I
were you
threatened
asking?
him. Now I'm questioning him. How many others are there?
We have a whole tribe. Whole tribe. We will fight against you. Let me go and we'll let you pass. He's trying to get loose. To no avail.
Do you promise it on your life?
Yes. Of course.
I hold up the syringe and I say, "Do you know what this is?"
And he kind of pulls back. He's afraid of the blade. Or the syringe. What is that? Keep it away.
This has your friend's blood. And there's a really high chance that if I stick this in you, it's going to spread in your blood. And when that happens, your lungs are going to fill with your own blood. Your brain is going to get drained of all its blood.
No,
And
don't.
you want to know why? Because I'm trained in medicine, and I know when you mix two different kinds of blood, your body starts to destroy itself and cave in.
You go on and on with the very nasty threats, and he's scared, he's frightened. He lets out a holler and a scream, and it's quite loud.
Elias is getting nervous by these screams.
Dane starts moving closer.
Okay, you're closing in.
Zion, lay off.
He's just scared, that's all. I mean, he's tied up.
Let me go.
You can't really blame him for screaming.
Help! And he's screaming this pretty loud.
Is it in common?
Hold on, let me pause the game. I don't want you moving around. What was that saying?
Is it in common?
No, this is in Undercommon.
Look, all he's asking is to be let release. There's nothing to it, I swear. Negotiations are going fine. He promised us safe passage on his life.
Dane, you're fairly certain that loud scream, if there was anything out there, they know about you now. That was pretty loud.
Well, he's done alerted the rest of his little group to us, so we'll see if that promise holds true.
Well, again, he promised safe passage. He told them to back off. Well, he said he promised to tell the other ones that he'd back off, and if he doesn't, he's going to die a horrible, painful death that'll be slow and excruciating. So, I mean, you win some, you lose some.
So, you could leave him tied up. You could slay him. You could take him with you. He's only 2 foot tall.
Yeah, I'm going to take him with me.
Put him in your backpack. Poor little guy.
I mean, I was going to hold him in one hand and the syringe on his neck in the other hand.
I had one player in the other campaign I was playing. They captured some kobolds. I think it was Lazy from Finland. He tied it around his front torso. It was tied on his body. So it was always looking straight forward along with him, leading the way. But he actually had it tied around his body so he had his arms free.
Almost like a meat shield.
Yeah, meat shield. The tale's to be told. So what do you do, Zion? You put him in the pack, or what? What do you want to do?
No, I'm just going to hold him up and have a syringe to his neck.
Okay.
Kind of like a walking meat shield.
All right, you could do that. That's both hands occupied. Your shield will have to be strapped in your back, and your...
Zion, what are your intentions with this?
Well, he said that he'd clear the way for us, so he clears the way, or he gets cleared out of my way.
Did he say he'll clear the way? Did I miss something?
Yeah, he did. I'm not sure you can understand it, but...
It's all gibberish.
Did he tell you what's through this double door in the bottom here?
He just said that he's with his tribe and that he promised safe passage. I'm not going to say no to that.
Can I roll like a sense motive on Zion?
You could.
Just so I could get your true intentions, because Elias is like chaotic good. Like he doesn't believe in prisoners. Like 100% does not believe in keeping anybody prisoner.
You can do that. DC will be on.
It'd be the deception DC.
If he's lying. Were you lying, Zion?
No.
No, you're.
No.
All right, go ahead and make it, Elias, and I'll tell you what happens.
Blind.
Blind. Wow. Okay. You're fairly certain Zion's being honest and upfront with you. What he says is pretty much true.
Okay, Zion. Lead the way with him, but at the end, you have to promise to let him free alive.
Oh, yes, no, don't worry about that. I'm fairly sure I'll manage to convince him of something.
And if one hair on that little blue thing's head is out of place,
Well, I mean, his hand kind of is, but
Dane sort of lightly tapping his sword on his shield.
all of Caden will come down on you. And I know you don't care for gods, but you will when he is done with you.
Oh, Caden's not
if
the
you
one he has
really
to worry
think that a
about.
god will take 2 seconds out of his day, I'm going to laugh in your face.
Okay.
God
Well,
may not,
I've
but
got
I
friends
will.
at the Dawn, the library.
What are religious zealots gonna do to me?
Oh, you don't have to worry about the zealots, Zion. Worry about the battle-hardened soldier behind you.
All right.
And
Well,
I'm
let's
just doing
going
what's
before we
beneficial
get.
for the party.
Is this beneficial? But we've argued
Absolutely.
enough.
I think
Before
it's
we
time to
get,
move on.
we've got to move on before we're overrun or cornered.
But speaking of which, Elias, what did you find when you were examining the pit?
It looks to be like underneath all of that rubble are stairs. Unless we work on it all day, I don't think we're gonna get to the stairs. But there's just something spiraling downwards, so this place goes fairly deep.
Which would coincide with the history that we looked up, that Valcora was breeding an army underground.
Yes.
We found our entry point.
I wonder if this little creature has, origins here. Maybe he doesn't look familiar to us because he's deformed from Belcora.
Mind you, Dane, looking at this, it would literally take a long time of excavating this to get to the stairs because it is just all solid rubble. Elias managed to find the actual couple steps at the top leading under, but you can't see how it.
Okay.
It wouldn't be practical. It's possible, but it would take a long time. It might be a little bit impractical to try and dig your way down through this because it is all caved in. All right. I don't want to give the
And we
impression
need
that,
another entrance.
Yeah, that's the first thing that comes to mind because we're not going to get through that easily. So there is that.
If we're heading down, it's not through this way. Valifor, what did you see by those double doors over there?
I didn't hear anything behind the doors, but I think it's worth taking a look.
Let's go then.
Let the little blue guy lead the way.
All right, blue guy is in the lead with Scion. These doors can just be opened. There's no locks, nothing like that. You can just push them through with an action. It's not a athletics check. They're easy to open up. They're double doors. Do you want to open them both side by side? Dane and actually Zion in the lead. You want to push just one of them or both of them open?
Just one of them.
All right. Let's just say that one right there. And I'll move your token so you can see what it looks like as you peer through. You see what looks like a 15-foot stone walkway spanning a narrow stretch of swamp water. Very familiar. Connecting the round keep straight ahead to a large stone building. Double doors block each end of this walkway in front of you and where you stand. Standing before the south door is a 7-foot tall skeleton. Dressed in armor, made of gnarled roots, bones, and rusted metal. The skeleton clenches what looks to be a morning star, a deadly weapon, in one weathered hand, and with the weapon's heavy spiked tip resting on the walkway at the skeleton's feet. Okay, so it's kind of in his hand and it's downward, all right? The business end is actually on the ground. He's holding it in his hand. Yeah. That's what you see over here on this side. Right there, in front of these double doors, which are also closed. That's what you see. You step forward.
Be
Yeah.
careful.
As you do as a group, you move forward and you begin to recognize to your right, down this direction right here. If it pings, come on, ping, ping, ping. Down this direction over here, you recognize that on the opposite side of this, let me move your token actually so you can see better. As you pass this, you can see there was your original entry point. Over there is the drawbridge that you had to cross. I don't know if you could see that, but it's definitely over there. There's like a big pond here. Yeah, this is the little stone drawbridge you've seen much earlier, many days before when you first came here. I think one of you, it was Elias or somebody, I drew your attention to that area over there, and this is what you saw. It was like a stone bridge. That's where you are standing right now. At the moment. And right now, just a few feet in front of you is this skeleton. Doesn't seem to be animated or alive or anything, but it does have a nasty mace or a morning star in its hands.
I don't think the light source is correct
Why?
in the room that he's in, that we're in.
Let me close this door.
I think you got to move Dane in there with the torch.
What, the torch token?
Yeah.
What's wrong with it?
Well, now we don't see any. I mean, when we were in there, it didn't look like the lighting was correct. It looks like the light shining into this hallway from the big room. That's it. That looks right.
I'm just making the tokens invisible.
Well, it's a good thing Farley's not here. At least this one's made of stone.
No checks on this one.
That reason why I was doing that was because I still had the tokens, you guys' tokens, on the map, and they have torches in their hand. So they're showing light.
Can we detect any magic? Anyone have magical auras on the skeleton?
Nope, you're all fighters, the best class in the world. Who needs wizards?
Does Zion have
anyone here?
anything like that?
According to you. Go on, what? Zion. Yeah.
No, I don't have detect magic. Farley was the one who did. I also have a goblin in one hand and a syringe in the other.
Mm-hmm. No time for lights.
Yeah, I guess you can't cast with that. Preoccupied. I don't have anything either, but I am going to call it for the night.
Okay.
Yeah.
It's getting that time.
Yeah.
I will say one thing. If you want to go now, you can. I'm going to wrap it up though in a few minutes. Do you want to move forward and listen at the door and take a peek inside? I'd like to end the session at that point.
I think
Okay.
this thing's going to come alive if we open a door.
Doesn't seem to be alive. However, if somebody wants to examine it a little closer, go ahead and make a perception check. This will be private. Or
I'll do it.
blind. Go ahead and do that, Valafor. He steps forward, sword in hand. Stand back. Let me look at this beast. This creature, whatever it is. What'd you get? Okay. You notice the wooden struts and crude lashings that keep this thing together. This is like a statue that's been put here and built intentionally to scare people away. That's what you're getting out of this.
Hey,
But
we have nothing to be afraid of.
that weapon, though, in its hand, that is real, without a doubt.
What kind of weapon is it?
It's a morning star. Unusual looking one, but yeah. You could easily reach down and grab it if you choose.
I'll take it.
All right, you pick down, you reach out and you grab it. Make a note on scratch paper that you have what I am terming an unusual morning star. There's something off about this thing, but yeah, it's pretty interesting. For one thing, it looks very, very, very clean and shiny. But make a note of that on your paper. What do the rest of you do? You move forward. There's 2 doors are in front of you. Do you listen? Do you want to make a perception check? If so,
I will.
go ahead and roll it. Whoops. Let's move you back a little bit. Okay.
There's
Or
two.
can you
There's 2
unlock it
doors
so I
there.
can make a
I'll
note?
listen at the other.
All right. Make
Can you
blind.
unlock it so I can make a note? My campaign log.
You can make your own journal. You don't need me to make one for you. You can just create journal. Make a note. Just make a
I
note.
have-
Just make a note on a piece of paper for now. We'll do it later because I want to
Alright.
finish this. All right. As you don't hear. Well, let me see what you rolled first. Elias, you hear shifting behind the door. Dane as well can confirm that.
Everyone stay alert. I
Yeah.
hear something.
Shields up, ready to kick.
It sounds like whispers and movement.
Weapons out.
My weapons were never away, Elias.
The doors will have to be forced. Who wants to attempt to force the doors? It'll be
I'll
a-
give it
seem
a
to be
try.
good at-
There's 2 doors. There's 2 doors, so multiple people can do this.
Let's
I'll
hit both
try
of
the
them.
left if you want to try the right, Balafor.
All right, let's do it.
I'll step aside so he can get in.
Yes. Watch in the rear.
I'm feeling
What
good
are we
about this
rolling?
one, Elias.
Athletics.
Yeah, athletics.
If you ever need a second crowbar help, let me know. But we'll try doing it.
Blind.
No, it doesn't have to be blind. It's obvious the
All
results.
right, I rolled mine blind.
It's okay. You got a 21, Valafor. You got a 21. And you both easily crash through both doors. There was something barring it on the other side, but you had no problem getting your way in. I'm going to open both of these doors. I'm going to move you forward with the torch to show you what you see in this chamber. And
I hope that's a pile of coins.
splintered framing in the ceiling and in the front. And, oh, wait a minute. Splintered framing in the ceiling and floor hint that this thin wooden wall, the thin wooden walls once divided this stone building's interior, but now they don't exist. With those walls demolished, only a single large chamber remains, and you peer into this chamber. Rubble, swamp vegetation, and mud pile in heaps like foul nests, while a larger stack of rubble, sticks, and bones looks almost, but not quite, like a throne directly in front of you. A flattened mound of sand appears before it, with a few dozen bits of wood and stone stuck into it, covering the floor before the throne. And I'm sorry, I have to laugh. There before you, seated on the throne, there's this little character. I think you could see him. Can you see him?
Yeah.
You also see to the other side what looks like a gigantic. Come on to the map. Come on to the map. All right, let me see. We've got on each side. But then we've got this one creature here. Where? There he is. There, to your left.
Wow.
You see this weird, strange creature. It's not making any moves towards you. However, the pile in front, the sand pile in front, it's weird to see sand in here. In front of this throne, in front of this one individual who you can see seated at the throne, looks like it was hastily kicked over and scattered about. There was something here just when you broke through the doors. Something was going on here, but not at the moment. On either side of the throne are 2 more of those little gremlin-like creatures that stare at you. And in common, whoops. Let me grab a picture of this
Am
guy.
I missing something, or is there only two goblins on the screen? 'Cause that's all I see.
Goblin King and that weird Skeletrax. But it's a skeleton Skeletrax.
Yeah, I'm only seeing two goblins. I'm not seeing anything else.
You may have to refresh.
All
Could
right.
be. This guy stands up directly from the throne as soon as you break through the entry. I'm going to show everybody what that looks like. Bellafor, you'll probably won't see him immediately. He stands up from the throne, and in common tongue, he bursts out, "Stop! Who are you invading our territory? You are the invaders' intruders, aren't you?"
Can I reply in common, holding up the goblin? And I say, back down or he gets it. We're gonna talk this out, and we're gonna talk this out slowly.
There's gasps coming from the other little gremlin creatures to either side, but then the big one in the throne, he pauses for a second, looks at you, says, "Ha ha ha ha! I cannot be bothered by underlings! Why do you invade our territory and kill our people?"
While he's talking, I chuck the goblin at him.
And they all duck as it hits the back of the throne and falls to the ground. More gasps follow. They all kind of cower at that point. What do?
My internet died. I have to go reset.
Okay.
I'll be right back.
I'm gonna cast Fear. Because that's a spell I picked
And-
up a while ago.
And as you begin to weave the powers of the magic that you hold within inside of you, they also sense the magic entering this confrontation, which it is a confrontation now, and we're all going to roll initiative next week, and we're going to see what happens.
Oh
All right.
boy.
So that's the session. That's what I want you to hang around for, Rachel. So at least you got that end of the session. Yes.
Thanks. It's been a while since I've been able to stay up this late.
Yeah.
I hope I wake up tomorrow.
Yeah. Well, thanks for hanging in there. Appreciate it.
Yeah.
We'll see what happens next week. All right.
All right. Well, have a good night, guys.
All right. Take care.
Good one. Thanks for playing.
Bye.
Yeah.
Toodaloo.
I also have to go to bed.
All right.
Good night, bud. Good playing with you.
Take care, Craig. Is he gone already? All right. All right, folks. It's just me and Kyle at the moment. Jesse will be joining in a second. Then I'm going to end.
I'm back.
All right.
I had to reset it.
Okay. Let me end the stream here. We just ended the session. I'll fill you in, and then we'll talk a little bit about it offline. Just let me end the session here. Folks, that was episode 10. Great fun. We got Rachel to stay right at the end of this one. Huzzah! She stays up a long time to do this. Good game session. The story is continuing. You know, things are getting deeper and more interesting. A lot went on in Otari. Well, I think so anyway. What do you think, Kyle?
Like a lot of good stuff happened tonight.
Yeah, I think so. A lot of stuff to think about.
Indeed. A lot to ponder over.
Yeah, this is a pretty fun little episode we got here set up for next week. This is great. Who is that on this throne?
Yeah, I'm still floating here. I want to see.
Yeah, I'll show you in a bit. But anyway, folks, I'm going to conclude episode 10 here, and everyone will say goodbye, and then we'll be back again next Sunday at same bat time with more goodness as we continue this story of the Abomination Vaults. You guys, Jesse, Kyle, say goodbye, and we'll end the stream.
It was fun, guys. See you next Sunday for another battle.
And once again, on that note, I would like to thank Fritz for putting all the time and effort into letting us have a little sandbox to play and run around in. And I'll see you guys on the next time. I didn't even take that much damage this time. I know, right? Y'all have a good night.
Yeah, thanks for the kind words, Kyle. As always, I appreciate it. Thank you for being great players, honestly. Makes up for my slacking. But anyway, folks, we'll be back again with episode 11 next week. And that's that. So, folks, you guys hang in there. Remember, it's only going to get better. Till next time, folks, toodaloos.